Good morning, guys. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 16th. Sorry about that. Just give me a sec with my dog here. All right, so market's in for a little bit of weird price action today. Obviously, we had that massive sell-off yesterday, which we were able to take profits on some of those shorts. But today is going to be interesting because you have yields up again, dollar slightly green. So the 10 year is trying to push up again, another up 1.48%. It's just a monster of a rally in the interest rates. If we pull up this US 10-year yield chart, sorry, just bear with me here. And there it is. So if we pull up this 10-year yield chart, look at that, a new daily high. Now it hasn't closed, but you're starting to get through this resistance point. I do anticipate the yields should run into some near-term resistance here. We are getting a little bit long in the tooth for the bond market, for the rate market. So I do expect that there's going to be some resistance very, very shortly. If you draw this trend line, you can see you're actually coming up into this key resistance trend line now. If we adjust it and use the pivot highs, perhaps there's just a tiny bit more in the gas tank for yields, but connecting these pivot highs, you can see we're very close to hitting some pretty decent resistance on the 10-year, which should actually give stocks a bit of a bounce. So I'm watching yields closely today to see if they actually give up any of this gain. Obviously, the NASDAQ on the daily chart here, the QQQ, hitting some near-term support, but now everyone's watching this massive gap fill. That's kind of what everyone in every trader, every investor is watching at the moment. Right now, the Qs are slightly green. We're kind of flat, actually. You do have some strength in healthcare, XLK, and financials. Typically, when those three sectors are strong out the open, you actually could get a little bit of a bullish bias bid. So I'm actually looking at potentially exploring some calls, some longs on the Qs, S&P maybe. Obviously, we had some good earnings. You have some strength in the healthcare sector, United Health gapping up nicely. You also have Humana. Members were long Humana, so that one's actually gapping up quite nicely itself. Right now, mixed basket. You have AMD strong on the session. Netflix catching a little bit of a bid. Semis are kind of trying to hold up the Qs at this point in time. Nvidia is green. Gold, silver slightly negative. VIX slightly down. The Russell's down again 0.7%. So we're continuing to press that Russell short because small caps are definitely more sensitive to the interest rate environment. Apple's negative today. You have SMCI up 2%. Tesla getting slaughtered again, down another 2.7%. Just seems that Tesla can't get out of its own way, right? Tesla just keeps lagging, and underperforming because of the higher rate environment. So right now the SOXX is green. You have Bitcoin down 0.7, MSTR down a couple percent, Mara down a couple percent, Nat Gas trying to hold some slight positive gains. It was up almost 1% here, over 1.5%, and now it's being faded yet again. Meta slightly negative, Google slightly negative, Amazon just slightly green on the session. Flat regionals are down across the board, MSOS down. Oil right now is slightly negative, but trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid here in the last hour. China stocks under a bit of pressure in the near term. All right, so a few comments here now that we've scanned through a few of the charts. We're just reading here. Good morning to everybody. So a few of you banked on those puts yesterday. Nice job, nice job. Eric's looking at a head and shoulders on the 3-minute QQQ chart. Let's take a look. Again, this is pre-market data, so I don't know if you're looking at pre-market or just regular trading hours, but realistically, if you look at the regular trading hours, you could be shaping up for actually a inverse head and shoulders here. You could be shaping up and carving out a bottom. Now, we are trading currently around 430.97, so we're still in around this range, so you still could potentially put in a right shoulder. Obviously, this hasn't triggered intraday yet, but you can see if we get above this little neckline, then yeah, you do have a little bit of a bullish pattern to play on the Qs. So this is actually shaping up to be a potential little micro bull pattern. Even though we've had a bad technical breakdown, you can see that that upside target really takes you to about 433.33 on the charts if we trigger this neckline, right? It has not triggered yet. Okay, Let's look at that intraday action though. I just want to keep that pre-market on watch. Pre-market right now, there's no head and shoulders. Perhaps an M-top here, but no head and shoulders. And it was interesting to see we did hit a low all the way down here in the pre-market. So we made a new low, took out yesterday's low in the pre-market, and made a new low all the way down to 429.12. So that's pretty important to recognize that, you know what, even the selling yesterday, as heavy as it was, we still made a new technical low. So we'll just keep this chart on like that for the Qs. Yes, PALs today, definitely PALs later in the afternoon, along with the Atlanta GDP number. Intel holding up, not sure why. Well, Intel's drastically oversold compared to the semiconductor market. I mean, you've had this massive technical breakdown on Intel. Look at that. If you look through the semis, there's not many semiconductors trading well below their daily 200 MA. So Intel's definitely showing some near-term weakness. QQQ is under a little bit of pressure this morning. So that's probably why Intel's holding. It's just more oversold. Daily RSI into this extreme oversold levels. So back to the Qs. So we also have Shumate saying the VIX is down. Yep, it's common sense. Good morning. Asking a question, do you think the market have reacted sufficiently to pricing these changes in yields? Follow up on that. How far off are we in pricing the sentiment change from 6 cuts to 2 or less? So obviously, we've seen small caps and regionals getting hit pretty hard, right? QQQ, a little bit of a pullback, still trending pretty strongly to the upside. You know, this could be a potential weekly consolidation pattern on the Qs, but we're still very extended. I really don't think that the market has priced in rates moving from, 7 at the start of the year to now 1, potentially even a raise if inflation spikes in the next 2 prints. So I think we're actually undergoing that process. It takes a little bit longer to reprice in the mega cap market because those are a little less sensitive to the rate environment, although they are. It's kind of a trickle down effect. You'll start to see the smaller, weaker companies reprice much faster, which we're seeing in the small caps, why they've been absolutely bludgeoned. But I don't think they've actually repriced to the full extent yet. I think that's what we're undergoing. And many market participants are still believing that this is kind of a one-off on inflation, even though the last 3-4 CPI prints have been hotter. Market participants still are thinking that we could have more rate cuts. You know, you've had Biden come out expressing his economic views, saying we will get rate cuts, even though he really doesn't have anything to do with the financial policy other than, canceling student loans and creating more stimulus. Obviously, political pressures will start to mount. But as of now, I don't think the market is fully. But we're going through the process. We're definitely going through the process. All right, so I think I'm looking at some calls today on the market. I really think we can look for some QQQ calls. I like those. Remember, we swung those 433 calls expiring tomorrow. So we still have some time on the clock. All right, guys, markets are open. Markets are open. QQQ coming in. All right, guys, I'm going to long the Qs here at 430.55. 430.55s, and I'm going to use the stop loss as a low of day. Okay. Actually, I'll give it a little bit more room to run. 430.55. We are long the Qs. You can see we're getting a little bit of a buyer's bid at the moment. Let's see if we can trigger this inverse head and shoulders. So long the QQQ. This is just a starter position. Again, you're still seeing weakness into Tesla. Still seeing the Qs trying to hold this vicinity. Nat gas still struggling in this range. Guys, I like QQQ calls here. I think there's a good risk to reward opportunity. Even if you take 433 calls, they're priced at right now, expiring today $1, about $1. All right, we're starting to see the Qs move up here. Again, we're long off this 430.55 zone. And we've kind of prepped you ahead of time saying longs are favored in this region and using that low of day as a stop loss. Right now, there's still a lot of red on the screen, but I do think that things can firm up across the board. Tesla, again, still getting hammered. All right, they're peeling the Qs away here, peeling it back just a touch. Still no breakout yet, but the Qs are trying. QQQ is trying. Do you think the DIA could bounce more than SPY or QQJ because it's so beat up? Yeah, there's always a potential, right? There's always a potential for that. But when you go through a distributive phase in the market, typically weak stocks take a little bit longer to bounce. Typically those mega caps get bid up first. No problem, no problem. Happy to give my macro view. Nat gas still struggling here. You can see Nvidia is still trying to hold up steady at the moment. Let's see Tesla, guys, because that one just keeps getting beaten up, beaten up, beaten up. Tesla's now triggered a weekly bear flag breakdown. You are coming up into some support down here. So if we flush into this low pivot zone here, I would probably be a buyer for a bounce trade. Just a little bit of a bounce trade on Tesla. Still quite a ways away, a few dollars away. But you can see it is trickling down. I mean, even here at the low of day is probably a decent risk to reward opportunity because we are trying to see the Qs firm up here across the board. So there's certainly a potential. Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, SMCI green. So you're still seeing mega cap strength prevailing at the moment. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stab at Tesla on the long side as well. 155.60, I just got filled at 155.60. This is a 1/4 entry. So we're long Tesla, we're long the Qs. Tesla's still trickling lower, guys. Tesla's still trickling lower. I will add to Tesla at 153.90. 153.90. Qs are still struggling here. Nice push on the Qs. Yeah, we're still in a range. Haven't broken out yet. Qs are still trying. They are still trying. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 433 call on the Qs, 433 0 DTE call on the QQQ, 433 call. High risk trade. I got filled at $1 a contract. $1 a contract on those 433 calls. They're actually lower right now. We're seeing Bank of America down today, Neo down again, Rivian down again. Nvidia's still hanging on to some strength, but Qs are getting sold into at the moment. I'll add to my QQQ calls right at this down, this 433, kind of a double bottom zone, or a pierce of it. All right, Qs are peeling away here. They're trying to take it down yet again. Down about 10 cents per contract. The VIX is trying to catch another buyer's bid. Qs are coming lower yet again. All right, guys, I did add to my Tesla down there. 154.08, 154.08. Added to my Tesla. My average is now sitting here at 154.80. So it's a 2/4. Qs. All right, guys, I just got, I'm looking to stop out of this QQQ trade, still holding the common shares. And I just added to my 433 calls at 81 cents. 81 cents. So my average now is sitting at 91 cents on those 433 calls on the Qs, and holding common shares as well. Qs are getting a really big bounce here. A decent sized bounce for sure. Here comes the bounce, guys. We're now up on those contracts nicely. Here comes the bounce, guys. Here comes the bounce. Tesla's still lagging. Look at this rip here. Cons are now up to $1.07, 17 cents, 18 cents in the money. Come on, can we break out now? Can we break out? We're still long common shares on the Qs, long QQQ calls, sitting at in the profit by about 18 cents now. Yields up 5 basis points. Yep, kind of liking Amazon rather than Tesla on the long side. That's fine by me if you want to play Amazon. All right, Qs are trying to break out. Tesla's trying to firm up here, guys. All right, we're now flat on Tesla. Do have the 10-year yield still ripping. Qs are negative, SPY negative, Russell down. So things are still getting hit here pretty sharply across the board. Nvidia is still up 1%. Tesla's trying to firm up. So is Apple. Apple's trying to push. Meta's still struggling in this range, but flat to positive. Google's curling down. Q's are trying to make another big push. Another green stick on Tesla. Look at that nice rip on Tesla, guys. You know, Tesla's in the scenario where it could actually have a bullish reversal. It's been severely discounted on the back of rates. Obviously, rates are still strong today, but Tesla's triggering this large weekly breakdown, which a lot of people will pile in on the shorts side of this technical weekly breakdown. And it's always difficult chasing Tesla here on the short side, right? Can it go down more? Absolutely. So those Qs are still stuck in a range, still slightly negative on the session. Microsoft trying to curl up. Bitcoin still down 1%. We're still waiting for Tesla to see if we can get some more out of this. We are in the money. Qs were in the money, and the calls were in the money. So 3 trades right now on the docket. 2 QQQ, 1 Tesla. Market's still weak though. On a technical basis, this really can't be an inverse head and shoulders since you made a lower wick here. Albeit though, you didn't have a lower 1 minute close or 2 minute close, so it's still technically holding up. Yesterday's point of control is 431.21 on QS, and we keep projecting it. Need volume and push over. Yeah, I do think we'll push over it. But it's a good observation. That is a good point of control. Again, the 10-year yield is still up 1.7. The Dixie's being faded though, so that could be a positive sign for the markets that the Dixie's actually running into some near-term sellers. Qs are still just fighting here. Nat gas still weak. BTC big red candle on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, it's definitely under some pressure. You know, it does seem like buy the rumor, sell the news is coming into fruition here. You know, trying to stabilize and carve out a base here. All right, Qs are now coming in, but Tesla's trying to firm up. Obviously, Tesla's still down much, much more. Big red candle down on the Qs, guys. Big red candle down on the Qs. We're still stuck in this distribution range. Consolidating, consolidating, consolidating. So the Qs are just hovering in this range. They haven't really broken out yet. Still just waiting. I do suspect we will get a breakout. Obviously, that's why we're long. We're trading on the long side right now. Qs are trying to come down and make a new low of day. Remember, pre-market lows all the way down here at this 429.15 zone. So We definitely could. We definitely could flush. Qs are still struggling here. Weakness in Bitcoin, Google, Microsoft getting rejected pretty hard. Oil's trying to firm up. Nat gas still struggling. Semiconductor bear ETF firming up. Guys, I'm going to add at the whole number. Actually, sorry, around 429.50. I'm looking to add to my QQQ contracts. 433s. We are down on the trade right now, but you can see we're still coming into some support now. There's this trend line channel. Can I increase? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll try to increase the mic volume. Getting an alert on Amberella. Let's take a look at that ticker. All right, guys, I just added to my QQQ 433 calls at 76 cents. 76 cents I added. And we're going lower. I have one more ad at this bottom of this channel around 429, and that's a full position. And I'm going to add to my QQQ common shares. So we're holding calls and commons at this 429.54 zone. Even 429.50 is a decent area. Still holding Tesla. You can see Bitcoin coming in quite sharply. What's this Amberella alert? Yeah, that one's getting bludgeoned right now to the downside. Keeps falling, coming into a massive pivot zone on Amberella. See what Nvidia is doing. Nvidia also seeing some sellers. My average now on the QQQ cons is sitting at 85 cents. 85 cents, okay? Qs are still struggling. Dixie's trying to pop back up. Yeah, I'll try to correct those ads, guys. Apologies. I don't know why they're still showing up. They're supposed to be the conservative ones. Apple trying to actually go green here. That one's looking a little bit more positive at the moment. Again, we're sitting down 2 cents on the 433 contracts, slightly red on the common shares on the Qs. VIX is trying to perk back up yet again. Qs are now getting a nice big push, a really sizable push. Again, if we break out of this little downsloping trend line, it could be a nice trend day to the upside. We're now in the green by about 7 cents on those QQQ 433s. You know, these could easily double for us. We've accumulated now 3 lots of contracts. Started at $1, then 81 cents, then 76 cents. So building in a core position, I do think that will break out. One thing I liked is that Tesla didn't make new lows as the Qs did. So that's a positive sign in the near term. So get ready for this potential breakout. SMCI, yeah, so semis are strong, which is why I think we could see a continuation move in this market. I do see semiconductors acting very, very well. Certain names, certain names. Qs are now trying to push, guys. Those contracts are now printing. We're up to 98 cents a contract. Come on, Qs. You can see Nvidia trying to press. Nat gas still weakening. Qs are getting a nice green stick, guys. So these contracts are now printing. We're up almost 20 cents a con. Up almost 20 cents a con. Come on, Qs. Let's see if we can get a breakout, guys. Let's see if we can get a breakout. Tesla's weakening here. Again, next ad on Tesla, guys, is really going to be around this 153 zone, 153.15, and then your 152.24 pivot if we come into that area. Seeing the Dixie trying to firm up. Qs are also trying to firm up. Potential hourly bottoming tail forming on the Qs. Still obviously 36 minutes left in the candle, so plenty of time. Here comes the potential squeeze, guys. Qs are trying to break out of this little range. Tesla's looking like it wants to make a new low of day. Nvidia is still trying to press a little bit higher. 10-year yield softened a touch, but still up 1.6. Again, you're seeing the long end of the curve outperform. If you don't know what that means for equity prices, bonds, the economy, the market, definitely do some historical analysis and research, because once that long end of the curve starts to outperform and eventually flip the 2-year yield, that's going to be a problem for many different sectors. Right now, all indices are down. Russell's leading the charge to the downside, down 1.13%. Google slightly green, Meta slightly green. Members, I am pulling profits off of some positions, so just please check your feed. Please check your feed. So the Qs are trying to push up a little bit more now. Cons are still sitting at $1.07. We're at 85 cents, so we're well in the driver's seat here, guys. We are well in the driver's seat to keep pressing. QQQ trying to break out here, guys. So those contracts are now printing. We're up 85 cents, and that was the 3/4 position. Still holding common shares. Look at this. These QQQ cons are going to print, guys. We're up $1.21. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful move in the thing, in the Qs. So nice little technical breakout on the Qs, guys. Really solid technical breakout. Now's the time to start trimming. I just trimmed half of those contracts at $1.20. $1.20. $1.20, guys, from 85 cents to $1.20, and there's still more upside. Look at this move, guys, on the Qs. We're all the way up to $1.30 now in contracts. All right, I'm going to move a stop loss to in the money on the Qs. Basically, I'm going to put it right below this on the common shares, right below that 431.50 zone. Look at the QQQs, guys. And we're still pushing higher. Cons are up to $1.27. Everyone should have caught that. We had ample time in the morning to discuss the long trade idea. Yep, everything's pumping, guys. This is to be expected. Markets are oversold intraday. Getting a really big pop on NVIDIA. Qs have broken out. Upside targets about 433.30. But again, if we can hold this downsloping trend line, you could have a little bit of a trend day to the upside. Still holding Tesla. That one hasn't really firmed up much at all yet. So again, we sold half of the contracts, still riding the other half, and we have an in-the-money stop on the common shares, but I'm still looking for more upside. All right, common shares just got hit on the stop loss, so that's another trade in the books for us, guys. We banked about 93 cents per a share. Still holding the other half of those contracts. They hit a high of roughly $1.30 there. And they are starting to come in just a touch. Qs have broken out. No confirmation yet, though, on the Qs. So now we actually have a scenario where we could be coming down to create a right shoulder here. If we create right consolidation, then you could have a head, a left shoulder, a head. Now we need to see, are we going to form another right shoulder right off of this breakout trend line? If we do, that does point to a little bit more of an upside trend session today. Tesla's still weak, but NVIDIA is strong. You can see NVIDIA probably wants to retrace back to this little breakdown zone. So call it 882. Obviously, you're running into some near-term resistance now. Thanks, Bart. Thanks, Surjeet. Yep, that was ample opportunity. Meta's still curling, Amazon curling, Apple curling up, Microsoft curling up. That should be very, very positive for the Qs. That should be very, very positive for the Qs. So we are seeing the Qs trying to make another little run higher here, guys. Another little run higher. Still Microsoft pushing really sharply here. Let's see if we can take these 433s to in the money. If they get in the money, it'll likely be over 100%. Whiskey Business saying it's been a long time rooting for the Qs. Yeah, I know. But again, this is just intraday action, right? Just day trades. Now Tesla's trying to firm up. So again, we obviously had that original breakout trend line on the Qs. Just going to remove some of these moving averages because they're crowding the chart a bit. Qs are trying to hold this little breakout trend line. Nice move back up. Every dip is being bought right now. Still just waiting on the Qs. Again, we are potentially developing a right shoulder here, guys. Tesla's still down 4% on the session. Nvidia's up 1.91. SMCI is ripping up 4.6. AMD's up 1.65. Nat gas slightly green, but really just hovering around that flat territory. Meta's moving nicely. Marijuana stock still under some pressure. Oil right now down 0.4. Still showing some weakness. QQQ still trying to consolidate, guys. We're still just waiting on the Qs to potentially give us another little surge higher here off of this breakout trend line. Never confirmed, but we're forming a little bit of a bull flag pattern here. I'm seeing Apple curling down now, though, so we may just watch out and protect those cons because they could be in for a little bit of a choppy water here. Again, we took profits, nice profits on the first half already. Rode it from 85 cents to $1.30. Still holding common shares long on Tesla. It's a half position. Let's see the biggest movers on CNBC. Market movers here, United Health, SMCI, Nvidia's up there, Netflix, IBM, some of the laggers, Live Nation, Tesla, Bank of America, PNC, Freeport. So copper stocks getting hit pretty hard today. QQQ back to the negative side, pretty hard dip there. Tesla's now getting gobbled up though. No, I have not. I have not, Briston. Honestly, that call is not looking too hot anymore. You know, there's still time. But, oh, look at that power move on Tesla, guys. This is why we're long Tesla. Look at that. Woo-wee. Take a look at that move. Beautiful little trade on Tesla. All right, guys, so we're still seeing the yield market fairly strong. The Russell has fallen a little bit here. Or sorry, the Russell's rebounded a touch. Qs, we're still long Tesla, still long the Qs, waiting on things here. Nat Gas still struggling. QQQ trying to break out yet again. So we're still just waiting on things. Yeah, it does need milk. You can see JP Morgan still just getting hit, down another 1.2% today on the back of the rising yields. 10-year has softened a touch, but still seeing pretty much a lot of strength in the yield market. Tesla's still trying to make a move higher. Qs are also trying to make a move higher. Look at JP Morgan. Let's check at the regionals. Regionals, again, still being clapped to the downside. Not a good sign for regionals. Let's see if the Qs can finally break out here, guys. Tesla's really firmed up, so that's kind of joining the party. That kind of puts a little bit of a bullish bias in things. Let's look at that Russell 2000. Still seeing NIO. Stocks like NIO are getting absolutely hammered still. You know, a lot of these EV companies could be putting in some potential little bounce levels here, some near-term lows. You're seeing Tesla firm up, so Rivian, NIO. Rivian's actually green today. That's showing some potential strength. GS green to red, trying to firm up again. Yep. So some banking stocks are trying to firm up here. That'll help the market. The VIX is getting slightly sold into. Slightly sold into on the VIX. Tesla's still just ripping higher here. So quite a few amount of new trades that we did today, members. Again, I will review those today in the daily analysis video. Let's look at SMCI again. That one's still trying to press higher here, up over 4.5%. I mean, if SMCI breaks this little range here, you can even see it's trying to break out. Take a look at that. You break this range, I mean, this has a lot of power up ahead to about $1,000 on SMCI. I mean, you break this range today, if the Qs catch the bid that I think it's going to catch, you could even see SMCI pushing for $1,000 today. Just a heads up, guys. All right, QQQ, we're still riding those contracts, guys. We are up nicely. That's a magnificent look at Tesla. Look at the Qs, guys. We are absolutely banking today. Those 433s are back to $1.25 a contract. Remember, we sold half at $1.30. Qs are now trying to break out. So this is an attempt at an inverted head and shoulders breakout. Your measured move target off of this breakout pattern is an even higher target. Takes us to about 434. 434. So I'm going to be greedy with these contracts because we have now two upside targets. This 433.20 and 434. Look at Tesla go. We're still riding a half position long. We're already up nicely. Already up $2 a share at 1.35% on the session. And things are looking pretty darn good right now. Pretty darn good, guys. Qs are still pressing here, guys. $1.39 a contract. We're almost doubled these contracts. At a $1.70, the contracts will hit 100% for myself. Some of you probably even had better entries than I did. Thank you, Whiskey. Thank you, Whiskey. Please give us a like down below if you're interested in what I'm doing on a trading basis. My members today, we took profits on our Russell 2000 short. We took huge profits on our interest rate long, our TNX long, 19.7% gain off of that. Look at this QQQ. All right, guys, I'm selling another half of the position at $1.45 a contract, $1.45, and now I'm going to leave runners. I'm going to leave the rest. I'm still writing a full Tesla position, a half a Tesla position. That was a beautiful little move. Beautiful little move, guys. Nat gas still struggling. It's basically gone back to the negative side, just slightly negative on the session. Dixie's still coming in a touch. So are the yield markets. So the 10-year yield is now starting to come in a touch. That's probably also going to be helpful for the market. If that 10-year starts to come in a bit more, we should see stocks firm up even more across the board. But a pretty tremendous bounce so far in the Qs. Really decent sized bounce. Again, so today members received quite a few alerts. A little bit of pre-market alerts, but we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new trade alerts today for members at tradingcapital.ca. 8 new trade alerts, and we already took monster profits on our TNX. Take a look at this trade that we did with members. Qs as the Qs come in a bit, still holding on to Tesla. So our members took profits on this TNX trade today. We went long way back when on this TNX, all the way at this 391 zone. And we just sold profits on our TNX trade. We exited that trade at about 467. So a nice move up on the TNX trade. That was a beautiful, beautiful move. Look at that little gain. That's a beautiful trade on TNX, which was long the 10-year yield. All right, let's flip back to the Qs. Qs getting slightly rejected off of that breakout candle. Again, that's why we sold profits right at that EMA on the 2-minute chart, still holding a long on Tesla. Calls again after the pullback. Yep, you could still play calls. You know, Tesla's firming up, creating a nice little bullish pattern. Seeing the dollar and yields fading here just a touch. The 10-year almost hit 2%. Now it's trading at 1.28. Still positive on the session, but definitely seeing small caps firming up. SPYs turn green. Qs have turned green. So calls are favored. And the Qs are only at 0.19%, with semiconductors leading the way at the moment. So, yeah, you could see this market firm up across the board. I do like the calls still. I do like the calls. You're definitely seeing a lot of potential momentum here. Still holding a full Tesla position as well. Look at that QQQ position, guys. Still holding those calls. Can we get those 433s in the money today? Remember, we swung with members yesterday as well. 433 calls expiring tomorrow. So it's been a very good session for us, guys. A very good session. Very, very good session so far. And now you actually have a third little inverse neckline, which would be roughly around there. So, I mean, you can see you have 3 different channels here, breakout trend lines. Obviously, this one seems to be failing right now, and you haven't triggered the top one, but Let's look at the SPY daily chart, see where we're still sitting. Look at that S&P 500 still just sitting extremely oversold on the daily chart. Look at that Russell 2000 hitting that gap fill. Roughly here, still trading really right around it. QQQ, let's see the Qs. Obviously the Qs are trying to catch a little bit more momentum. Did the Qs put in any sort of hourly tail candle? Let's see a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail there. Trying to form a little bit of an hourly reversal right now. Nvidia finding some resistance at that 875 zone, your previous little pivot. The Dixie's now trying to firm up yet again. Still seeing nat gas weak. Oil's now taking a breather. In terms of the sector performance, regionals are getting slammed, down 1.38%. Utilities are also down 1.38%. Real estate down another 1.5%. Really, the strength is XLV, XLP, XLK, and your DJI, so your Dow Jones Industrial Average. So a lot of weakness still in this market, guys. You do have the S&P and the Russell still negative. Guys, I'm going to make sure that those QQQ 433 calls don't go against me. So we're sitting at 85 cents a con right now. And if they drop down to that 85 cents zone, I will be selling them for basically a stop loss, a break-even stop loss. So we took monster profits on the first half, roughly just about 70%. Still up on the position nicely, but just don't want to let it go against me right now. But I mean, in this area is probably a decent risk to reward zone. Still potentially forming this right shoulder formation on the Qs. If we lose this lower boundary neckline, it's not a positive sign. You can see Tesla's coming into touch now. Dixie's trying to push back higher. Silver's getting clapped down 3%. Gold down 0.7%. Bitcoin's still struggling today. Google's now curling in. Most mega caps are losing some momentum here. Nvidia trying to firm up. Amazon firming up. Google, Meta, Microsoft curling down, while Amazon's trying to push up. Apple's also pushing down. That's showing tremendous amount of weakness, Apple. AMD is still up 1.5%. SMCI is just slightly below 4%. Yeah, so copper stock's getting hit really hard today, which honestly is a good thing for consumers. If copper is going down, that is the largest base metal. Oil goes down, that does help with the inflationary impact. But as of now, CPI is still likely going to push higher over the next couple of prints. So yeah, gold miners, silver miners getting hit really hard today. So again, guys, just monitor those calls, those 433 calls accordingly, the 0DTE ones, because we don't want to let the trade go against us. We already pulled some nice profits, so we're well insulated. Now I'm just going to prepare to take a break even if it goes to 85 cents a contract. All right, here comes a potential little run up in the Qs again. Even the IWM is trying to firm up here. Nat gas still struggling. 10-minute chart not looking too hot for my calls. Well, are you on the Qs, Anonymous? I mean, this is why we paired back profits, right? You should be still up on that position. I'm still up on that position, those 433s. Granted, they've pulled back quite a bit, but that's why you sell into the breakouts and then you adjust your stops. So, I mean, I could still see the Qs moving up here. We're just going through a little bit of profit taking at the moment, waiting for the next leg higher. Again, cons are right now sitting at 98 cents. My average is 85 cents a contract. So, again, I'm up on the position, so I'm in the driver's seat. Again, we sold all the way up here, a big chunk, took profits. And now we're in the driver's seat, still holding Tesla as well. All right, so this is the big spot for the Qs that you really don't want to lose if you're a bull, this down-sloping trend line. If you lose this, there's always a chance of retesting your pre-market low, which is sitting at 429.15. So let's see what happens here. Again, if those contracts go to 85 cents, which are about 4 cents away, I'll be stopping out for break even. So I'll keep you monitored. We're just fluctuating slightly green in the money, but I will be looking to stop out if it goes to break even. Anonymous. Oh, okay, I see Anonymous. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Is the chasing price action, especially with zero DTEs. That's where it typically gets you caught. It's certainly scary trying to catch, they say you never try to catch a falling knife, but honestly, in most situations, I've found that when you actually try to catch that falling knife, and it's not really catching a falling knife if you're buying into technical support. Sure, things can go through technical support on any sort of decline or any sort of rally, but typically, from my experience, that old Wall Street narrative, you don't want to catch a falling knife, is actually one of the worst things that causes people. When you chase in zero DTEs, you often get your ass handed to you. All right, guys, those contracts almost went to break even. I'm still holding, though. Still holding. They're at 90 cents right now, but very close to stopping out. This is not a positive 1 minute close back below this lower boundary breakout trend line. So the Qs really need to start to firm up right here, right now, in order for us to get the next big push. Apple had a really sharp decline. Here comes potentially the next big hoorah push in the Qs. Let's see what we get. Buyers are trying to defend this little zone. Pretty much everything had a nice little intraday pullback. Oscillators have been reset intraday. Let's see though. This is a little bit of a dangerous zone. All right, guys, I stopped out of those QQQ 433s at 85 cents on the other half, so I'm out of that trade. Let's reassess. So just taking a break even. Still holding Tesla. I might lower the strike zone now that we've kind of pushed up to that 432. I might look at 432 calls, which right now are sitting at about $1.28. But I stopped out of that second half. We're still technically haven't confirmed the breakdown, but I did stop out. Just want to play it safe today. Just want to play it safe. You can see even this red line here is yesterday's low of day. So we really don't want to lose that, because then that kind of shapes up much more bearish price action. The 10-year yield, the Dixie is actually also trying to break out. So one of the reasons the market's struggling here is because you have the Dixie testing this little bit of a 10-minute chart breakout zone. And you can see it is trying. So not really that positive for the markets if the Dixie gets rejected here, yeah, then I do think that we can push up. But at this point, not showing positive signs. All right, so we've already banked a decent amount today. Let's try to see if we can catch some other areas of opportunity here. But that was a nice little win on the Qs. I'm looking at 432 calls, guys. I'm going to take a position in the 432 calls here. 0 DTEs got filled at $1.23. And this is just a starter position, guys. Starter position. 432 calls. And we're already down on the trade. Slightly. Trying to do a little bit of a bottom picking here. All right, so we're up slightly on those calls. Let's see what we can get. Again, we're looking for a move to 432 now. 432 on the Qs, so we're about $1 away. Still seeing quite a bit of sellers coming back into the Qs. Again, it's Apple, Google, Meta that's hurting things at the moment. Apple's coming into some 171 support here. So it's a decent level for Apple. I'd be hard-pressed to see it not get a little bit of a bounce here, which ultimately should help the Qs, right? AMD is still strong. Semiconductors are still showing great positive gains. So I mean, as long as semis are strong, this market could bounce. Again, majority of sectors are still red on the S&P. Again, United Health had a nice beat on their earnings despite the cybersecurity. So right now we're in 432 calls. I got filled at $1.23. They dipped to about $1.14 at the low. Now trading at $1.23, so we're back to break even. So Dixie kind of at resistance, which is why we're buying calls again, because the Dixie could come in a little bit. Qs are still struggling, but we're actually building a potential bigger inverse head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute QQQ chart. If we look at the QQQ on the 10-minute chart, this could be shaping up for, believe it or not, a nice little inverted head and shoulders. Neckline would be there, even if we see it on the 5-minute chart. Guys, I'll add to my contracts basically at this low impulse green candle. So 420, Pierce of 430. Qs are coming back down yet again. All right, guys, big dip there. I'm about to add to my contracts. I am about to add to my contracts. Defending the low of day right now. So we're testing that low of day from yesterday. All right, guys, I just added to my contracts at 99 cents. 99 cents. My average is now sitting at $1.10 on the 432 calls. $1.10 on the 432 calls. Still a lot of weakness as the Dixie's trying to break out. Markets are under pressure. Nat gas going lower at the moment. All right, a nice move up, guys, in the Qs. A really good move up. Cons are now sitting at $1.20, so we're looking for 432s, guys. We're looking for 432 calls to light up here. We're up on the trade slightly at the moment. Come on, Qs. Break out of this wide range red bar. Sell candle. Dixie's still trying to firm up here across the board. PR coming into some short-term fib support. Energy stock, wait for it to come lower, like 16.90 or even 16. Apple's my measure, move down. Now it ain't dumping. Okay. Let's look at PR. Tesla's catching a really, really big bid. Yeah, I'd rate a little bit more on some of these energy names. They're probably going to see a little bit more consolidation in the near term. Still just waiting on these QQQ 432s now. Tesla's seeing a big rip. Again, my average on those QQQ 432 calls is $1.10, $1.10. Yields are still trying to make another move. Dixie's still at resistance. Qs are getting peeled away ever so slightly at the moment. And if we can trigger a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on the Qs, an inverse head and shoulders, sorry, I should say. Obviously, we're weak right now, but there's still a little bit of a basing formation trying to develop here. That would give us an upside target if we were to break out of this little neckline here at all today. We could see a move back up to above 435. Obviously, Qs are weak right now. Google trying to put in a little bit of a bottoming tail. Apple's going lower. Nvidia's selling. Tesla's holding. Amazon's trying to curl up. Google's trying to curl up now. So we need Microsoft, Apple, and Meta to firm here, or else we could still go lower. Qs are still struggling in this range. Got the 1 minute chart of the Qs. Come on, Qs, get up there. All indices are negative. VIX negative. Yields green. Gold, silver down. Guys, I just took a high risk lotto play of 434. 0 DTE call in the Qs as well. That's the lotto. I got filled at 53 cents a con. 53 cents a con on the 434. And that's the lotto play of the day that I'm going to be taking. So we're riding a 432 call and a lotto 434 call. Qs are trying to stabilize here. Excuse me. All right, here we go, guys. Again, our average on the 432 is at $1.10. We're sitting at $1.23 already up 13 cents a contract, and we haven't even gone in the money yet. Come on, the Qs look like they're trying to stabilize. Again, you have a little bit of a weird inverted head and shoulders forming here. It's kind of sloppy and choppy, but there's definitely one on the QQQ chart here trying to firm up. Let's look at the S&P. S&P chart, totally different, kind of lagging at the moment. IWM, trying to create a little bit of a W pattern. Does look like potentially a little bit of a reversal is staging up here. We'll watch it closely. Google's still struggling. Meta's still struggling. Still holding those Tesla shares, common shares. UNG's at 14. Yeah, UNG's breaking that critical 186 level. Not a good sign for UNG at the moment. Nothing really to do to add. You know, the bulls should defend it here. They should try to defend it here. Still have the Russell down quite sharply on the session. QQQ, again, seeing some more sell side pressure. Dixie hasn't broken out yet. Meta, Google trying to curl up. Apple's still selling hard, so it's really going to need Apple to bounce here to help the Qs. Look at Apple, just keep getting bludgeoned and bludgeoned and bludgeoned, right? Keeps on going lower. All right, Qs are now trying to firm up yet again. Apple is coming into some support here. Apple is into some decent support. So let's see if Apple wants to give a bounce here. A lot of consecutive selling in Apple. Your intraday RSI is getting to that extreme oversold level. Still no divergence yet in Apple's chart. So it could absolutely go lower, but maybe Apple wants to hit this trend line. You can see these pivots. That's potentially where Apple wants to go. And you can also see there's a trend line of support coming up right here. So if you're wanting to go long Apple off this level, I have no issues. Very, very interesting bounce opportunity in Apple here. Coming up into fruition. All right, Qs are trying to push back up again. Nice move in the Qs, guys. A nice solid move in the Qs. Let's see if we can get these 432s in the money. Come on. Get up there, Qs. You know you want it. Apple, still no bounce in Apple. So as soon as Apple bounces, guys, that's going to be where the Qs will likely catch a really big bid, because you've had Google bouncing, Meta bouncing, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla. Still nothing in Apple, down 1.64% and coming in sharply. Qs are still trying to firm up while you have Apple lagging. Come on, Qs. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. I'm seeing a lot more green starting to appear in little pockets on the screen. Oil's actually gone green as well. That's not a good sign for the indices. Oil going green. Still no bounce yet in Apple. It's now into that support zone that we were looking at. This is where the bulls should try to defend. Look at Tesla going, still holding those common shares on the day trade. Still holding those common shares, guys. Oh, I'm tempted to take a stab on the long side of Apple here, guys. All right, I'm going to take a stab on Apple here. 169.51. I just got filled at. Long common shares. This is a starter position. 169.51. Starter position on the long side of Apple. Just common shares. If you want to do calls, keep your strike close. You know, 171 is a little riskier, but I'm long just common shares at the moment on Apple. Long a QQQ call and long Tesla. Next ad level on Apple is really going to be, let me just go here. Basically about 50 cents lower. Qs are now coming in a touch more. You can see they're retesting this previous little neckline. Nice sell-off in Apple, though. Pretty hard sell-off. You can even get common shares cheaper than I did. All right, here comes a potential bounce in Apple. Let's see if the Qs can now firm up. Come on, Qs. Let's go. So Tesla, Apple, Qs. That's what we're in at the moment, guys. Oil's making another bullish reversal going from red to green. You still have majority of sectors red. Even staples and healthcare are appearing to turn potentially red on the session here. Not a good sign. Netflix having a pretty stellar day right now. Qs are still struggling. Apple's trying to bounce. Tesla's seeing some sellers. Same thing with Nvidia. Amazon's still looking strong. Google's now pressing. All right, this is where the Qs could break out, guys, of this little range and push for 432. You have mega caps trying to firm up. Microsoft's now participating. Apple's trying to participate. Amazon's seeing massive strength coming in. Again, we're still holding those QQQ calls, 432s and 434 lotto plays. 432s, my average is at 110, so we're in the money nicely by about almost 20 cents. Those 434 calls that we picked up at 53 cents are now trading at 59. Come on, Qs. Break out of this range and give us a nice little trend. Give us a little bit of a trend. Again, semis are still strong, so that trend could come, guys. That trend could come. We're shaking out a lot of people. You still have the VIX somewhat elevated. Yields are still somewhat elevated. Remember, we still have Powell at 1. And he came out extremely dovish last time. Or maybe it's 115. I'll have to double check that. Somewhere around just after 1 o'clock we have Powell. It's either 115, 130. To double check that. Do apologize, I'm just eating here. QQQ overview app. Let's go push intraday. Fell high at 431.42. Beautiful. Now Nvidia must push a little bit higher. Yeah, I do think we're going to get a push across the Qs. Seeing still Meta curling up, Microsoft trying to push, Google trying to push. Apple's still weak. Amazon's green on the session now, up 0.32. Nvidia's still up 1.3. So you still have a lot of strength in the semis, right? With AMD, SMCI, Nvidia. The SOX ETF is up 0.3% while the Qs are red. So at some point, I mean, there's two patterns here potentially at play, right? We could be forming a head and shoulders with a left shoulder, a head, a right shoulder here. Really, your neckline would be this area on the Qs. Just going to erase that trend line. Let's take away that. You can see the Qs are hovering at that EMA 113. What I like about this pattern is that the Qs broke out above the EMA 113, sold off, created a little bit of a higher low, and now we're bubbling up against this EMA yet again, trying to break through that resistance. There comes the push, guys. Here comes the push. Come on, break through. Come on, Qs, breakthrough. Look at Apple just weighing on things yet again. 169.01 is my next add level. Basically, every 50 cents lower, I will add to Apple. And wow, Apple's just selling hard here. Hurting the Qs. Hurting the Qs there. So Apple tried firming up off of that support zone, and it keeps getting whacked. Not good for our QQQ calls at the moment. Still extremely oversold on Apple's chart intraday. 10-minute chart keeps coming in. Hourly chart also keeps coming in. I mean, horrendous price action in Apple. Absolutely horrendous. Again, 169.01 is that next ad level on Apple. And then 168.51. And then the fourth entry, if it comes back down to there, would be around 168. So every 50 cents will accumulate some more Apple long common shares. Apple's now down 1.99%, massively underperforming the Qs, the S&P, the Russell. It's even underperforming the Russell in this environment. I am seeing the 10-year yield and yield soften here. So yields are trying to soften across the board. Tesla's still trying to press. Apple's still weak. Qs are still curling down a bit. Nvidia now curling down. Microsoft curling down while Apple's catching a bit. Google's trying to continue its press higher. The Dixie's still slightly green. Nat gas still continuing to bleed lower. Volume is increasing in Apple in this range, which is telling us that there are some buyers stepping up, but still sellers are pressing this name lower. Tesla's still ripping here. Surprisingly to see Tesla's diverging from the QQQ so much, and Apple as well. So two really big divergences here with Apple and Tesla. Tesla's pushing while the Qs are falling, Apple's falling. Sorry about that, Laura. All indices are back to the red side again, guys. All indices are back to the red side. Qs are seeing some buyers coming up off this range. It's a pivotal area here for the Qs. We really want to hold this zone. We don't want to breach and start closing below this low of day. Or yesterday's low, I should say. Yesterday's low was around 430.21 here. This red line. All right, Qs are peeling away. I'm getting ready to add to my Apple again. Hasn't hit that next 50-cent zone. Has not hit the next zone yet, but it's getting very close to doing so. Qs are even trying to break down a bit here. Still, they're holding technical support, but they are potentially trying to curl to the downside here, which is what we have to be mindful of. It's really because Apple just can't catch a bid at the moment. Anonymous says it's sweating. Tom saying YouTube Premium. Yep, no ads on YouTube Premium. Netflix back to 620. Yep, that's why we took profits on our Netflix position yesterday, our put option. Nice, cool 40% with members. All right, guys, still riding Tesla common shares long, Apple common shares long, QQQ 432 calls and 434 calls as the lotto play. The market is trying to firm up just a touch here. A little bit of indecision ahead of Powell. Obviously, not everyone's buying into this market yet. Here comes the Qs trying to get back above 431. It's a start. Now approaching that 11 o'clock time frame, we're actually trying to break out of this little bit of a wedge pattern as well in the Qs. Use this little downsloping trend line. You can see we have a wedge pattern now. We're at the high of the wedge trying to get a little bit of a breakout. But we keep seeing some sellers in this vicinity. That Tesla position's doing well still. Still just trying to ride Tesla because, I mean, Tesla's had a nice bounce off the lows, but really the Qs are still stuck, right? Still stuck slightly negative on the session. QQQ is trying to press a little bit higher now. Again, you have the backdrop of semis much stronger on the session, so we should see this market push. All right, contracts are now at $1.26. Let's see if we can get these 432s in the money at all. Still more sellers coming into the picture though. But we are testing a little bit of a wedge pattern breakout. I am seeing Nvidia starting to curl back up. Semis are still holding some strength. I'm seeing the Russell going for a new high of day. So even the Russell's firming up. Yields are now falling. IWM higher on a 15-minute. Yep, we just saw that same thing, Arjit. The Russell is trying to firm up here. Apple's also trying to bounce. So we've been waiting for Apple to try to bounce here off of that heavy sell-off. Come on, Qs. Keep pressing. So we're on watch for a technical breakout out of this 1-minute wedge. You haven't confirmed yet, but we are trading outside of the wedge, which is technically a short-term, very short-term bullish sign. Apple's trying to get some more continuation buyers coming into the picture. Bitcoin's trying to move up a little bit. There's some news here. It's common sense saying Apple faces lawsuit over alleged unfair competition and violations of federal securities and antitrust laws with iPhone sales. Yeah, there's been a lot of negative press with Apple. Probably means it's trying to shake people out again. That news headline probably means it's a little bit of buyers. I think that was a little bit older. I think they might just be recycling stuff here, trying to break Apple down even more. All right, cons are sitting at $1.28 right now. Again, we entered at $1.10 on the 432 calls. Apple were down by about 11 cents. Qs are still trying to firm up here. Nice breakout there on the Qs, guys. Look at that breakout. Now we're in the green on Apple. We're in the green on all of our positions. Tesla, Apple, Qs. Let's go. 432 incoming, guys. 432 is incoming. Nice move on the Qs. That's epic. That's what we want to see. Again, I'm still waiting for 432 calls to get in the money. We do have a potential 10-minute head and shoulders we're trying to trigger here. The Dixie's fading, yields are fading, nat gas getting a little bit of a pump higher here at the moment. All right, things are moving up nicely right now. Come on, Qs, they're getting faded slightly. Still think we've broken out. We actually confirmed the breakout of this wedge pattern on the 1 minute chart. 432 should get in the money. And remember, we're also playing this little bit of a 10-minute potential inverse head and shoulders that if we break out, if we come up to this little neckline zone here, 432.40, we could actually have an upside move today all the way up to 435. You know, from current levels, Qs are just slightly green, so that would put the NASDAQ up by about 0.95%. Which is certainly possible from current levels. All right, those contracts are now starting to run a little bit heavier now. Let's look back at Apple. Apples were basically flat on Apple. So guys, my plan when we hit 432, or if we hit 432, we should even pierce 432 and hit this 432.30 zone. That's your little bit of your neckline from your 10-minute chart pattern. So my plan is once we get into this area, this 432 strike zone, once these calls get in the money, I'm going to pare back half and then just monitor the position with a break-even stop loss. So I'm going to sell half when they get in the money and then monitor the position with a break-even stop loss, okay? That's how we're playing the calls. Apple still just holding commons. Tesla holding commons. Sorry, there's a big jet that's flying by. My mic might have caught that. Give me a second here. Qs are still seeing some sellers at the moment. Cons went up to $1.47 there. So we did have a chance to take about a buck or 30 cents a share or a contract, but didn't manage to pull profits there. I'm still looking for more. Anonymous wants out before Powell. Yep, I think we all do. But honestly, a lot of fear in the market right now. They could easily rip Powell. There's a lot of shorts in this market too. They could easily rip this on Powell News to get out those shorts. That's what he did last time, right? Remember that one-day dovish pump with Powell? It caught everyone off guard. We were even accumulating common shares on the QQQ. We ended up selling half those shares at a loss, and then the next day we gapped down, and it was just a massive trend day to the downside. We ended up basically breaking even on those QQQ day trade shorts. But it just shows you, I mean, this market can have abnormal moves over a one-day period. Cons are now at $1.46, so we're up 36 cents a contract here, and we're pressing, guys. Come on, I want these 432s in the money. Still holding Apple, still holding Tesla. Tesla's starting to see some weakness. Same thing with Nvidia, Amazon curling a bit down. A little bit of weakness creeping back into the Qs. Damn, these contracts move fast, eh? Woo-wee. But yeah, another a bit louder. How's that? Is that a little bit better? I've turned up the gain. I just had a jet flying around. There's a military fighter aircraft flying around the lake here, I guess. I don't know if they're patrolling or doing something, but the mic was picking it up. There's a lot of static. So I turned down my gain, but hopefully it's better now. Yeah, another nice little trade. I'm still riding the full position, did not take profits. Probably should have pared back a little bit, but I still think that we've had that technical breakout. We've confirmed it. I'm just going to be a little bit more patient with these contracts. Still some time ahead of Powell. I think that they give us a facelift into Powell. I think they make this market a little bit more overbought intraday heading into Powell, and then whether or not we dump or pump, I don't know. I'm getting the feeling we're probably going to press here. Seeing the dollar fading, Dixie fading. Today you've had oil basically go from red to green, and now it's basically back down to red. Nat gas is trying to hold this key 186 level again. All right, QQQ is making another little attempt at running higher here. We're up about 30, just over 30% on those contracts. Wow, it's pretty crazy here. They're doing some fighter jets are flying today. All right, so we're still just waiting on things here. Qs have broken out of that little bit of a wedge pattern, but there's still potentially a little bit of a lower high in place. We really need to see it start to press and continue its move higher. Come on, Qs. Notice how we were consolidating underneath the EMA here, got rejected. Now we're broken above, and we're consolidating right on it. So let's see if this EMA holds. Apple seeing some sellers. Same thing with Tesla. Dixie's trying to make another little move higher. Nvidia curling down. At the moment, we've seen the 10-year pull back. It hit a high roughly at, let me just pull it up here. 10-year yield hit a high at around almost 4.7%, 4.696, and it's pulled back now, testing 4.65. Gold has made a nice little bullish reversal. Silver's catching a bit of a bid. The Dixie's basically up 0.05%. Still trying to firm up here on the Dixie just a touch. Tesla's trying to make another little bit of a move higher. You know, if Tesla can break this little bit of a range here, I'll show you this little trend line I'm observing. Tesla can break this little trend line. Believe it or not, it could push for 160 today. Obviously, it was down over 4% at the lows. It's now down 2.85%. After a heavy down day yesterday, almost 6% down yesterday. Apple's still just selling off a little bit more. Qs are coming in just a touch here. Oh, come on, Qs. Apple coming in some more. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Amazon now curling in. Microsoft curling in. Again, still interested in adding the second position to Apple at 169.01. I'll let you know if I add it. Tesla's trying to break out here, short-term breakout. Still, there's a potential for two patterns here on the Qs. You have an inverted head and shoulders forming. You haven't triggered the neckline. And then you also have a potential head and shoulders forming. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, which you haven't triggered the neckline. You can see you're about a 50-50 away. If you break the neckline, downside target is lower, probably puts you at about 428.50. Upside target, if you break this neckline, you could even trade all the way up to about 434. Tesla's breaking out here, guys, so Tesla's making another move higher. Look at this little bit of an attempt at breaking out. We're still holding common shares long on the day trade. Look at that move. Nice move on the Qs, guys. Can we break out of this little bullish range? Here we go. All right, so remember the plan. If we get to 432, just above 432 in this range, in the money strike zone, we will look to pare back some of the position and then keep a break-even stop loss. It almost sounds like you got a wooden table and moving a glass across the surface. Yeah, there's a bit of static. There were some jets flying around in my area, some military fighter jets, and they were so loud. Even my windows were closed, and you were hearing that. Didn't pull the trigger on snow. Up almost 1.5% from low day, 0.5%. Nice. IWM yesterday's point of control and gap fill sit at 195.76, and she is pushing. Yeah, this is another reason why I think that the markets could continue to trend higher here. You've seen the Russell firm up off of the lows, right? Breaking its range, just like Tesla's trying to break its range here. Russell's broken its range and now looking to go for gap fill. So obviously small caps, when small caps start to catch a bid, that's generally positive for the entire market. But definitely good observation there. Qs are still just struggling in this range, consolidating. Tesla's trying to make another move. Apple's catching a bid here. Google's trying to press. Nvidia's still just floundering in a sideways range. Amazon's curling down now. Come on, Qs. Press a little bit higher. 10-year yield only up 0.89%. 2-year yield's up 0.57%. QQQ still trying to develop a bullish 10-minute inverted head and shoulders pattern. Still needs more work, but it's trying. Russell's continuing to climb. Nat Gas making a little bit of a bullish reversal. Tesla's still trying to attempt a breakout there on the 5-minute chart. Lululemon's making a nice little red to green reversal. That's basically now flat on the session. Seeing Nat Gas recovering from that 186 level. Netflix is quite strong on the session, up 2.2%, outperforming the NASDAQ, the S&P, pretty much everything. MicroStrategy is down 5.46%. Bitcoin's almost down 2% on the session. Wow, they're just pinning us here. Theta burn. Let's see if they want to give us a move. Dixie's trying to press a bit higher as well. Apple's holding a double bottom. That's a little bit of a near-term positive sign. Dixie, though, is trying to break out here, guys. So the Dixie's trying to catch a bit of a buyer's bid here. SPY, Russell's still negative, but the Russell's firmed up off of the lows. The Qs are just slightly green. Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, SMCI holding strength. Whereas Meta is slightly green, Amazon slightly green, Google slightly negative, Apple down 2%, lagging the market quite significantly. The Dixie's trying to make another little move higher here, not helping the QQQ calls. Definitely not helping the QQQ calls with the Dixie trying to press. It's hurting the Russell in the near term. Seeing some sellers coming back into the Qs. Tesla's still trying to hold. All right, Apple's coming up into next target here, guys. Still didn't hit. It would wicked my target. It was 1 penny away from getting filled at 169.01. Still never got filled on the second Apple entry. And again, if Apple can firm up, it's down 2%. Even if Apple can rally off of the lows 1%, that would provide a really big bid in the QQQ market. That would provide an exceptional bid. Tesla going for a confirmed breakout. Apple still struggling. Get ready to add to Apple here, guys. I'm actually going to add to Apple a little bit early here. 169.05. 169.05. I just added to Apple. That brings my average down to 169.28. 169.28. That's a half position. Still riding Tesla. We're up nicely on Tesla. We're up about 1.69%. Still riding QQQ 432 calls, 434 Lotto calls, and Apple common shares long. Again, my 432 is just sitting at $1.10. Right now we're trading up to $1.40, so we're up 30 cents a contract. QQQ breaking this flag range. Let's see the squeeze, guys. Let's see the squeeze. Come on, keep pressing. Here we go. This is a nice power move that's coming into the picture. Beautiful little power move. Can we get these QQQ calls in the money? I think we can. They're up to $1.49 now. Look at even Apple. Apple had a really big reversal. So this is what I mean. If Apple can firm up off of these lows, still down 2%, it could push the Qs up quite substantially on the session. Quite substantially. Take a look at this. Now we're coming up to test this 432 strike zone. Those calls are about to go in the money, guys. We're up 40 cents a contract. I'm still holding. I'm still holding Tesla. I'm still holding the Qs. I'm still holding Apple. 432s are still printing, guys. They are still moving up nicely. Come on. Let us get some more. They're up to $1.50, so we're in the money by about 40 cents a con. Nice little move. Come on. Give us another little push right through that 432 strike zone. Very close. There they did. They almost went in the money there. A little bit of a... Come on. Keep pressing. Come on. Tesla's still going. Apple's now participating. Nvidia's trying to break out. A little bit of resistance sellers in that range. I still think we push through it, guys. I still think we're going to push through it. And again, if we break out of this base, look at Tesla go, guys. Whoo-wee. That's a banger. That's a banger. Cons are up to $1.46. Those calls just went in the money, guys. Those calls did just go in the money. I just sold half, and I'm riding the rest. Sold at $1.57 a contract. Look at Apple. Apple's still pressing. We could easily blast through this zone, guys. All right, guys, I sold everything just to pare back some profits. Sold at $1.56. Beautiful little trade. Still holding those lotto plays on the 434s. They're up to about 70 cents right now. But those calls did get any money, so congrats on another win. All right, guys, still holding Tesla, still holding Apple. Took profits on those QQQ 432 calls. They did go in the money. So again, a nice little trade session, a nice trading session yet again. All here, live for free. Look at the move still going, guys. Nice job if you're still riding this. You like the applause there, Whiskey Business? Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm working on the new features, right? Your lotto is my regular. You're pretty aggressive there, Anonymous. CGC going green, Chris is saying. Yeah, so Whiskey Business, this is my new, my Roland. I have a few different buttons that I'm working in here. So I have a little bit more features that I can do. Probably start integrating my camera, my face again. But that was a nice trade. So we're still seeing Apple trying to press here. Same thing with Tesla. Qs are still stuck at this 432 strike zone, but consolidating bullishly. Again, some sectors are starting to firm up across the board. You have the Dixies trying to break out again. Apple's still weak on the session, but Nvidia and everything is trying to push up. The one thing that's concerning me is the Dixie's trying to actually break out here, guys. So the Dixie's trying to break out. All right, guys, I just took profits on my Tesla day trade. Members, this is just the day trade. Remember, the swing trade is still active. Took profits on my Tesla day trade at 158. 158. Sold Tesla there for a lovely $3.27 gain. 2.11%. Lovely little trade. I'm still riding Apple. Long side. We're slightly in the green. Qs are seeing a little bit of sellers now at the moment. Let's look at this Dixie chart. Dixie's trying to break out, so watch out, guys. Watch out for the Qs and the S&P and the Russell. We could see more downward pressure with this market now because the Qs and the Dixie's actually trying to break out. Apple's still trying to hold steady. Apple still, I'm seeing Bitcoin coming down, Amazon, Microsoft curling down some more. Qs are running into some near-term sellers here. A little bit more heavier. Remember, some people could get defensive ahead of Powell, right? And the Dixie's breaking out. So that Dixie's showing some unbelievable strength at the moment. Still have majority of the sectors red in the market today. Russell has firmed up nicely across the board. Nvidia curling down, Apple, Microsoft still curling, Meta curling down. Dixie's still trying to press a bit higher in the near term. Still holding that EMA, 113. Shamid saying, I hope so. I'm on the put side, so flipping back to the puts. Hopefully you're able to catch some of those longs with us. You know, I could see the Qs coming back down ahead of Powell, retesting this lower boundary trend line, which puts us right about 430.50. I could definitely see that. And guys, even though we have a bullish potential inverse head and shoulders developing, there's also a bearish one, right? This is a head and shoulders. So we have two patterns that we're trading right now into. You have an inverted head and shoulders showing accumulation. But if you trigger this lower boundary neckline, you could fall pretty sharply. So we have upside targets, we have downside targets. Right now, we're just stuck in a range, and it's tough to know which way this is going to break. Obviously, Powell can send things lower. You could also send things higher, right? So we have an upside target of 434.20 if it breaks this neckline. And then we have a downside target if we break this lower boundary trend line. You have a downside target of about 428-ish, give or take. So, you know, tough zone right now to know which way it's going to go. If you're buying in this range, you're asking to get chopped up. Look at Apple falling. Look at the Dixie. Wow, not positive signs for the Qs at this point. Apple coming lower now. Big bounce in the Qs. The Dixie's still trying to press. Apple's still selling. Nvidia's getting a nice stick. So is Google. Qs are getting a big green stick there. So which way is it going to break? Is the upsloping resistance going to break or the downsloping? Right now the Dixie's softening a touch. So it does suggest that the Qs can push higher, but look at Apple. Apple's still struggling in this range. Again, we took profits on our 432s. They did go in the money. Nat Gas trying to hold that 186 zone. Still looking weak. Apple back down to the lows. Not a good sign for the Qs. Nvidia still holding steady, but Nvidia could be forming a little bit of a bear pattern here on Nvidia. Tilray showing relative strength. So Chris is saying Tilray showing relative strength. Let's look at Tilray. Yeah, Tilray's up 5.6. Nice move in Tilray. How's MSOS doing today? That one's still trying to hold and show some signs of accumulation. CGC, that one's also green, but Tilray definitely showing more relative strength for sure. Let's look at Tesla. That's still going. Let's flip back to that Dixie chart. Look at that Dixie chart. Jeez. Phenomenally strong. That Dixie chart is strong. Apple new lows, guys. Apple new lows. Notice how the Qs impressively didn't even get sold into there, but Apple's seeing some heavy downward pressure. Heavy downward pressure and the Qs are still holding steady. That's quite phenomenal, but I am seeing Apple, Microsoft now curling down. Tesla's still holding steady. Surprised the Qs didn't fall, even with Apple. Seeing that heavy downward move. Next ad level on Apple's coming into effect here, guys. But look at the Qs still holding steady, even with Apple's hard decline. That's showing that Meta, Google are seeing some resilience. Microsoft's coming in a bit. Microsoft, we got to watch out for Microsoft too. It's showing a bit of a 5-minute head and shoulders pattern. You're actually coming right down to the neckline, so a little bit of weakness creeping into some of these mega caps. Look at this potential head and shoulders testing the neckline right now on Microsoft. That's not a good sign. Just watch out for your QQQ calls. If Microsoft starts getting weak and breaking down here, I mean, that's not a positive sign. We have a downside of 413 on Microsoft. And where would that put the Qs? That's the question, right? So Apple's already down quite substantially. Microsoft's up 0.62, but triggering a potential little neckline break here. Watching it very closely, guys. Watching it very closely. Apple's just getting bludgeoned right now. Qs are still holding steady. Microsoft holding support. Yep, heavy volume coming in on Apple. Big bounce coming in. Qs are still trying to hold steady here. Nat Gas making a little bit of a bullish move. Microsoft coming right back down. Look at Apple. Holy guys, Apple's just getting demolished. All right, I just added at 168.47 to my Apple trade. Average is now sitting at 168.90, definitely down on the position at the moment. Microsoft's also testing a little bit of a breakdown. Apple's trying to firm up here a touch. Dixie did have a bit of a breakout. And again, right now, you have to find that the Qs barely sold off there in this range as Apple had a huge red bar down. So if Apple can firm up, I still think the Qs can push a little bit more. Microsoft still finding some dip buyers. Apple's getting bought here. Tesla's still strong. Nvidia's seeing some more sellers. Meta curling up. Google curling up. All right, here comes a QQQ push. Qs are still trying to catch another buyer's bid. Still have the S&P negative. Russell's almost trying to turn green. Looks like it probably will turn green today. Which again, as long as the Russell's firming up off the lows here, that does put a bit of more of a buyer's bid into the market. You can see Microsoft still holding steady here. Yeah, you know, it's tough to short the Qs when they already had a big down day yesterday. You already have Apple weak on the session, down 2%. And the Qs, again, what I was noticing, the Qs barely sold off as Apple had that big breakdown. Almost looks like a bit of a capitulation intraday on Apple. Heavy volume on that candle. So I'd be surprised if Apple continues to trend lower today. Obviously, if the market breaks down, it can. But as of now, the Qs are still holding positive gains, slightly green on the session, with Apple down over 2.37%. So what that's telling you is that there's other broad market participants like Nvidia, Microsoft, and other big boys showing some decent strength. And if Apple can firm up at all, it's going to rip this market. It'll trigger this bullish pattern. Right now, we haven't triggered the bull pattern. We haven't triggered the bear pattern. AMD up over 2% at the moment. That one's looking like it wants to press a bit higher. So again, semiconductors showing strength typically lead the market higher. Semiconductors are strong today across the board, so we should see more continued strength into the Qs. Obviously, Powell's the game-changing event, fundamental event, that could cause the markets to either dump or rip. It can go either way. Google making a really big breakout candle to the upside, so Google's seeing some more strength coming in. Meta's trying to break out of a bull flag pattern. So that name is looking like it wants to firm up across the board. Can we get a breakout here in the Qs? Still seeing some sellers coming back into now Tesla, Nvidia. Bitcoin still below 62K, down 2.37% on Bitcoin. Bitcoin chart not looking too hot at the moment. This is where we could see crypto keep on getting hit over the next, 1 to 2 weeks as the equity markets maybe chop a bit sideways. Apple trying to firm up. We're down on that trade slightly. Still seeing Microsoft holding that key trend line. Can even lower it now to this little pivot. Still a big fight going on in the Qs. Russell taking a bit of a breather. Dixie's still charging higher here at 0.13% on the session. Nat Gas trying to firm up. All right, Microsoft seeing some more sellers right at that neckline zone, so not a good sign for Microsoft yet again. Trying to break down here. Apple coming in, so those two big boys alone can definitely hurt things. Google softening, Meta softening, Amazon curling down, Bitcoin still at the lows, Microsoft's breaking a little bit more now. Qs are still holding above that EMA 113, so we're still technically putting in a bit of higher lows off of this little bit of a backtest breakout from this downsloping trend line. More buyers stepping in again. Dixie's still surging. That's the one concerning aspect about this little bit of a trade here, or this QQQ market, is the Dixie's trying to continue to press. Dixie's pressing. Did turn gold negative again. Silver's down a couple percent. Copper getting hit today. Regionals are still down over 1%. Let's see if the Qs want to firm up at all. Qs are still pressing. Are we going to get a breakout here? Right ahead of Powell. Roughly still a bit of an hour left. That would be nice if we get a breakout out of this range ahead of Powell, because it makes it more tricky, right, going into Powell. At least if we get a breakout to the upside, we could be a little bit more overbought. It'll take the risk a little bit away from shorting. If we break down, it'll be a little bit more oversold. Right now, we're getting a nice little push. 432s are looking to go back in the money. If anyone's still holding those, remember we took profits. Still holding a Tesla app. Microsoft getting a nice big green candle there. Let's see if the Qs can put in a new high of day. Still, again, two patterns are potentially developing. You haven't triggered either. There's a head and shoulders. There's an inverse head and shoulders. So which way is it going to go? Break to the upside of this trend line, bullish. Break to the downside of this trend line, bearish. Right now, we're just roped in a range. We are range bound at the moment. No clear definitive. MU red to green almost. Yep. So semis are strong today, right? They've been leading the Qs a little bit higher here in the near term. Semis are the backbone of the market, and we're certainly seeing a continuation move in semis at the moment. Let's see if it'll last though. A little bit more sellers coming back into the Qs. Apple's still struggling. Microsoft's running into some sellers now. Same thing with Nvidia. Google's still trying to press higher and actually break out. So Google's chart's looking interesting. It's right now is slightly red, but it's trying to break out of a little bit of a falling wedge pattern. It also has an inverse head and shoulders that it's trying to trigger, and you could argue it has triggered it on a 10-minute chart basis. If we look at Google, not a bad looking chart. This one has broken out. If you were to use a inverted head and shoulders trend line going from there, you can see it's actually broken out on Google. So a nice technical breakout on Google. That's positive for the Qs. Upside target really takes us to about 156. So calls on Google are favored right now. If we look at Amazon, Amazon trying to put in some higher lows. Almost an ascending triangle pattern here. You have this flat top neckline. You have this higher low pattern. So nice little ascending triangle. That's bullish. That is bullish. Obviously, if we look at Tesla, that's continuing to hold its little breakout zone. If we look at Meta, Meta's obviously continuing to grind higher here. Also trying to trigger a bit of a breakout. So QQQ is moving up now nicely back to about that 432 zone. Let's look back at Mr. Softy, Microsoft. Microsoft also trying to break out of a little bit of a wedge pattern. You have the 10-year yield still up 1%. Dixie's now taking a breather. So this is where we could see a nice move in the Qs. This is where we could see a nice move in the Qs. 432, we're back to 432. We're breaking higher here, guys. We're trying to break higher. Microsoft catching a nice little bid. Nvidia trying to firm. Google pressing a bit. Qs are still struggling at that 432 strike zone. Can we make a move and break out of this little bit of a range today? Here we go. Here's an attempt. We're right at that level. Qs are trying. The Russell's also trying. Here we go, guys. Here we go. This isn't a big attempt by the market. This is a really big attempt by the market. A breakout trying to potentially negate the bear pattern that's here, which if we get above that trend line, we do negate the bear pattern. Right now, we still have it technically in place, but I'm just going to remove those trend lines. So again, those 432s are nicely up. Those 434 lotto plays are up to 68 cents a con, and we picked them up at 53 cents. 53 cents. So those lottos are even starting to print nicely. Good to see. Good to see. Nat gas still holding at 186, looking a little weak though. Come on, can the Qs break out here? Now you have participation in Apple as well. Again, remember, we've been discussing if Apple can firm up, that's going to help the Qs. It's still vastly underperforming. Vastly, down 2.19%. Nice trading today, guys. Really nice trading today. Again, if anyone hasn't checked out my membership trading service, I run a swing trading and day trading service at tradingcapital.ca. We actually issued 7 new trade alerts today to members. Took a whopping 19.7% on a TNX long trade. Nice little win on the Russell short, which proved to be a decent cover area today at the lows. We've banked here on this QQQ trade, on the Tesla trade. We're now in Apple. We're looking at our lotto play is printing right now on the QQQ. Again, we're testing a breakout here. This is a key area. The Dixie softening, so it does suggest that this breakout could happen. Again, Apple's still so oversold, so we ask ourselves, what's going to take for this market to break out of this range? Well, it would take Apple firming up. Tesla's still down 2.5. Here comes the break, guys. We are now trying to attempt a breakout here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Things are rocking and rolling right now. Come on, let's go. Look at this, guys. Look at this. If you want to start scaling out of those 434s or you let them run, that's your call. I'm going to let them run a little bit more, see if we can still squeeze. We've broken out of a nice little range here on the Qs, and I do think that there's more upside. Come on, Qs are on watch now for a confirmed breakout. Again, upside target, target 1, 433, target 2, 434, just above 434. Look at this little range. Now we're trying to get above these little resistance pivots. And we're still pressing, guys. We are still pressing. Look at this go. All of you bulls should have been prepared for this. We discussed this one. We said calls and longs were favored. And look at this nice move that we're seeing. What a stellar move. Right ahead of Powell, they're giving this market a facelift to the upside. Apple, we're now in the green. Microsoft trying to break out. We could see a big impulse green candle continuation very shortly here. Seeing a little bit of minor sell side pressure coming in. But this QQQ is looking like it wants to keep pressing a bit in the near term. If we draw the next resistance here, you can see we're trending right into this resistance pivot, this previous little pivot high. Apple's still pushing, guys. So now we have Apple trying to participate and help things across the board. Nvidia coming in a touch. Tesla's also weakening a touch. Guys, I just exited those 434s ahead of Powell. Sold them at 73 cents a contract for a 20-cent gain. So the lotto plays I just closed for a nice little gain. I repeat, I just closed those lotto plays for a nice little gain. Nice little pullback, still holding Apple on the long side. Big decline there in the major indices. Really sharp decline. Again, the technical breakout did kind of fail. It didn't confirm it. We'll see if we make another attempt at pushing higher here. Microsoft now coming in, so is Nvidia. Nvidia is actually triggering a bit of a bear pattern here. So a bit of a bearish pattern potentially unfolding in Nvidia. We got to be mindful of that. So Qs are coming in pretty hot right now. Microsoft back to support. Google, Amazon, everything curling down. So again, it's been a very, very good session today. You were up, now you're down. I know those contracts move fast, right? That's why we pared back profits. So I got out at the highs there. So it was another little win for us. Still holding Apple on the long side here. That one's still trying to firm up across the board. This is where we should see a little bit more of a bounce if the bulls try to keep the higher low pattern. We should see a bounce here if the bulls can maintain this region. This EMA 113 should be big support for the market. One thing though is Nvidia is triggering a little bit of a bear pattern. Apple's still trying to hold steady. Microsoft's testing its little neckline break yet again. Much bigger decline in the Qs. So Qs are seeing more and more sell side pressure. Look how they tried breaking us out and now they're taking us down pretty sharply. Just like that, you went from 432s to being in the money. Now 431s are going in the money. Crazy, crazy price action. I like 432 calls potentially again in this range. I'll let you know if I take them though. It's now approaching 12 o'clock. I am going to take a bit of a break. And then I'll come back on for Pal's reaction. Roughly at that, what is it, 1 o'clock I think it is, 1:15. So again, still more weakness in Apple, Nvidia, Amazon. All the mega caps are now coming in pretty hard at the moment. 10-year yield still up 1% on the session. So Powell speaks at 1:15. 1:15 Powell speaks. Definitely a nasty rejection off that resistance point, guys. Nasty rejection off that resistance point. This is the level where calls again are favored. You're right at the support trend line again. Let's see if the Qs get defended, and let's just see if we chop back in a range here. So again, this is the tough thing about chasing, right? Is just when we were chasing a breakout, we sold those runners, those lotto plays, and they just absolutely ripped it right back down. Even Apple, Microsoft having a technical breakdown. Nvidia seeing a bit of a technical breakdown. So obviously a lot of people were piling in trying to chase that breakout. Breakout never confirmed. You only got a 1-minute candle close. Yeah, anonymous, I know. It's Crazy, eh? Crazy volatility. That's why these options are insane. Because they move fast, right? Just in 1 minute, your cons would have been printing to down substantially if you're in 432s. Again, this isn't healthy when you have go from a breakout to a failed breakout right back down to the low of the range. I mean, you're still holding higher lows on the session, still above yesterday's low of day. But Apple struggling, Nvidia's broken down a little bit. Meta, Google trying to catch another buyer's bid. But the Russell got faded. The Qs had an attempt at a breakout. Now they're reattempting. Trying to find some buyers in this range. And more sell side pressure coming in to the Qs. Look at that. We're now tapping that lower boundary range. Really, the dollar's trying to press a little bit higher as well. Microsoft seeing some buyers. Apple also made new lows on the session, but trying to firm up here a touch. Qs are getting a bit of a bounce now. Still quite weak on the session. Nat gas coming lower. Dollar going higher. Even Tesla softened a bit. Ten-year yield still holding up 1%. The Dixie's still up 0.12. QQQ negative, SPY negative, Russell negative. Majority of sectors are still red. The only things green right now are healthcare, staples, and even XLK's gone back to the negative side. And that's due to the part and parcel. Microsoft has been faded a little bit. Apple obviously struggling. Tesla struggling. So even with the strength in the semis today, with Nvidia up 0.9, AMD up 1.5, SMCI is only up 2.69% now. It got faded. This time its common sense got filled on Apple. Anonymous saying down 1K in 7 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that's why we took those profits, right, and sold at the highs, right? I mean, we sold those 432s way back here when they went in the money the first time. And then up here, we sold those lotto plays. Still think we can get a bounce in the Qs here. It's just they're chopping us in a range here. They're not giving the bulls the complete breakout. They're not giving the bears the complete breakdown. So we're still just chopping in a bit of a range here. And the Qs are now trying to push up yet again. Apple seeing some buyers. If we get back all the way up to this pivot high, this will likely break us out. If they push the market back up all the way into this resistance, we'll probably break out this attempt. But right now, that was a hard rejection down. It's going to take Apple pushing, firming up here, which we're currently seeing just a touch of. Qs are still trying to push up. See if they want to give these markets a bit of a facelift here ahead of Powell. Apple's getting a little bit of a push. Qs are still trying to charge a little bit higher at the moment, tapping that EMA 113. Meta pushing, Nvidia trying to push, Tesla's trying to find a little bit of buying support. Apple's pushing, Microsoft's now pushing. VIX coming down a touch. Still no definitive move yet. Nat gas down on the session. Ooh, a nice breakout there on the Qs. Look at that move. Whoa, there's definitely news. I don't know if that's one of the Fed members speaking. There was one at roughly 12. I think it's, can't remember if it's Mester or Bostich. Let's see. Williams, sorry. Williams speaks at 12:30. So I don't know if that was a bit of a news or if that was just a technical fat finger trade there. Kind of hard to tell. But that was a big volume spike there on that candle to the upside. Apple, again, could be forming a bit of a bottom here. It seems that the selling is negating. Potential 10-minute bottoming tail on Apple forming. That's positive for the market. The Qs, the Dow, the S&P. Dixie getting slightly faded yet again. Oil's back to the negative side and trickling a bit lower here. That's also helpful. If oil can push down, that'll help the QQQ market. Here we go. Here comes another potential push in the Qs. Apple's still trying to catch a nice bid here. We're back in the green on Apple. QQQ trying to make another attempt at a potential breakout here. Let's see if we can push back into this resistance zone. I do think that we will probably get through it. If we attack this range again, I do think we can get through it this time. Qs are still gunning here higher. Let's see if we can get another range break. Let's see if we can get Apple into our target. Where I see a target on Apple today, it's basically into this 169, just below 170, right in this range. I'd look to start trimming my Apple. Still holding though. I'm still holding. You're seeing Nvidia weaken a touch, Google coming in, Tesla's trying to curl. Qs are still holding steady here, trying to push back above that 432 strike zone. Apple's seeing some big buyers coming in. So again, remember we were discussing how the Qs were still lagging, or they're still trying to show some strength, but Apple was down quite substantially. So if Apple rallies back and only closes down about 1% on the session, that should provide enough of a breakout feel for the Qs, especially since you still have strength in semis. Nvidia up over 1%. Microsoft right now still outperforming the Qs and the S&P. So when I see Microsoft and Nvidia outperforming and Apple underperforming, 2 out of the 3 big boys are now showing massive resiliency, relative strength. So typically when you have the majority of the mega caps showing strength, that will be enough to actually pull Apple out of its depths. And again, Apple's the one that's weighing in on this market in the short term. So it's going to be the deciding factor to try to pull things up here. Apple's still down 1.96%, diverging from the Qs. The Qs and SPY are still slightly green, only up 0.17% and 0.02%. So yeah, so hopefully you got the target there on Apple. Looking in and around this 170, just below 170 for the trade. I'm looking for about $1 on the trade. Looking for about $1. And again, that could change based off of what the Qs do in the market as a whole, the dollar yields, etc. But I'm looking for about $1. Qs are right back down, seeing some sellers profit taking again. Microsoft retested that little neckline that it broke. It's a bit of a tight head and shoulders the way this neckline's upsloping, so we'll see if it actually triggers. I mean, obviously if it does trigger, which it has, it's 413 target, new low of day on Microsoft, but we'll see. We'll see if this type of upsloping neckline with this steep incline wants to break. Apple's still holding Apple again, guys. Still holding Apple. Nice little reversal on Apple coming in. I mean, you could even see Apple try to retest this key zone all the way up here, which would still put Apple down on the day, but that would be a pretty astonishing rally. If Apple can firm up all the way up to this 171 zone, that would be a nice move on Apple. Qs are getting a nice big green stick. Apple's continuing, seeing more buying pressure coming back into Microsoft. Qs are still trying to push up a little bit more. You have Meta also curling to the high side again. I think even crypto stocks could probably catch a bounce here. Bitcoin's trying to stabilize around 61.8, almost 62,000. Oil's starting to sell off more, so is nat gas. So that should be helpful for the equity markets as the commodities cool off. That does provide a tailwind for the market as opposed to a headwind. A little bit of attempt at breaking out of this bull flag on the Qs. Let's see what we can get here. Google is kind of lagging a touch now after it did trigger a bit of a breakout. Tesla's lagging a touch. Amazon's lagging a touch. It's really Apple's trying to bounce and lift the Qs at this point. Microsoft, again, we got to watch this closely because it's obviously right at that neckline. Here comes Apple, guys. All right, so if we get above 170 or right at that 170, just below, I'll look to start trimming some profits around 170. So how I'm going to play this Apple trade is if we push to 170, I'll probably sell half and then put a break-even stop loss on the remaining half. All right, Qs are breaking this range. Coming up for another 432 strike zone test. And again, we'll see if we can get through this area. We've tested it once, sell-off. Tested again off of a breakout, bigger sell-off. Now we're coming up again. And Apple's looking a little bit more firm, putting in a 10-minute bottoming tail that we have to trade against. Apple's still trying to firm up here. Yes, Whiskey Business. Absolutely. That's a healthy practice to trim whenever you get back to break even. If you've been sitting down on a contract for too long and you get back to break even, especially if it's a 0 DTE where that theta starts to work against us, trimming is not a bad move. You can always reassess. Sure, you may miss a little bit of an up move or down move, but at least you know your capital is protected and you have the ability to re-enter a different trade. So sometimes taking a break even is actually the best type of trade, right? Sometimes we don't always win, we don't always lose. Break evens are a gift sometimes. So I have no issues taking break evens on a trade, even if you trim. You know, the best traders, if you're down on a trade and you have cash and capital to maneuver the position and dollar cost average in a way, some of the best traders, you know, what separates some of the best traders and the worst is that they have the ability to maneuver their position and get them to that break-even point, right? Sometimes you enter a trade and you're down instantly. That's the market telling you you're wrong. Now, if you can maneuver that position and get back to break-even, that's definitely a win. Definitely a win. All right, Microsoft seeing some sellers. Same thing with NVIDIA. Apple's still trying to press a bit higher. Qs are still holding steady here. They do look like they want to break out. across the board. Again, we do have a Fed member speaking at 12:30. That's Williams. And then at 1:15, we have Powell, as well as we have 1:15, the Atlanta Fed GDP. Remember, we got China's GDP yesterday, last night. That came in hotter than expected. I think consensus was 4.7. Growth came in at 5.3. Qs are still just holding steady here, seeing a little bit of sellers off that 432. Apple's still trying to press, which makes me more optimistic that the Qs will likely find some more strength. Again, Apple's been the weak spot of the market. A little bit of the ball and chain dragging things down here. Now Microsoft's coming in a touch. Apple's still pushing. All right, guys, Apple's almost hitting our 170 target. So remember, I'm trimming half and keeping runners with a break-even stop loss, okay? Still holding. I think we can get to 170, even likely push through that. Microsoft coming in a touch here. Qs are still just consolidating, putting in a little bit of a bull flag potential pattern. SMCI up 3.1. We have 10 minutes till the first Fed speaker. 10 minutes till the first Fed speaker. Apple running into its first little resistance test at the moment. Qs are still trying to come down a touch. Microsoft's leading the selling pressure. Google, Meta curling down. Now Apple's trying to see some more sell side pressure. Microsoft's still coming in a touch here, guys. So as of now, we've had a rejection off that neckline. So maybe this will be some sort of head and shoulders that can play out. Again, you're seeing Apple and Microsoft diverging now. Apple pushing, Microsoft selling. Bit of a little character change. Microsoft still outperforming the Qs. Apple underperforming. Tesla still down 2.7% on the session. All right, Apple's coming into target, guys. Let's see if Apple can hit that 170. Again, remember, I'm selling half and keeping the rest running. Nice move up on Apple. Can we get another win today? It's looking likely that we can. Qs are even pushing up as well, so that's good to see. Apple's still pushing. Nice move in Apple. Nice move coming up in the Qs. Come on, QQQ. Let's see if we can reattack. You now even have a little bit of a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders here. So you have a 10-minute inverse accumulating. You have a potential 1 minute that hasn't triggered yet, building at a potential right shoulder. Apple almost got to target, still holding. Nvidia's pushing now. Meta's curling up. Google's curling up. Bitcoin's still curling down. Amazon curling down. I rolled my full position on Apple down and broke even, so now I'm just riding a quarter of it. Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. You know, our average on Apples with a half position sitting here at 168.92. So we are in the driver's seat. 168.92 is my average on Apple. So I could have taken almost $1 on that trade. You know, it hit a high of 169.84. I'm still looking for a little bit more. Being a little bit greedy, I still see the S&P trying to firm up. Qs are still trying to firm up. Apple's still down quite sharply on the session, 1.69, severe underperformance. 10-year yield softening a bit more. Dixie again going for a continuation move higher. Qs are now softening a touch. Microsoft seeing some more distribution. Amazon curling down. Apple's still trying to press. Tesla's trying to catch a bid, but weakness in Amazon, Microsoft, Meta curling the Qs down short term. Apple's still trying to push. Google's now pressing. Let's see if Microsoft wants to catch a bid. Sorry guys, I'm just going to mute. There's another helicopter flying around. Volume is so low on the Qs. Yeah, that's because there's Powell. A lot of indecision. A lot of money just staying on the sidelines. People are nervous, right? Honestly, I don't even know what this Powell meeting is. It's a weird time for Powell to be speaking at 1:15. It's not an FOMC meeting. So again, I don't know. And then you also have at 1:15 the Bank of Canada Governor Matt Clem speaking. So a lot of different central bank officials all coming to a head here in the next 45 minutes or so. Qs are trying to break out. So a little bit of an education here. Typically when you consolidate right at a strike zone, and it's a little bit of a bullish pattern intraday, typically you are seeing a bit of accumulation right at that strike zone, which means that we could still push up to 433. Obviously market hasn't broken out, but there seems to be accumulation occurring. Also some sell side pressure. You know, we've tested that strike zone a couple times around that 432 zone, so it hasn't given us a definitive breakout yet, but definitely trying to consolidate right on that zone, which is telling us that there is accumulation. Dixie's still trying to break out and press higher here. That's kind of a problem for the markets. Oil pushing back up again. Will the Qs break out here, or are we going to dump right back down to the low end of the range? You know, you had an attempt which failed. Now you're consolidating, trying to push up, shake out the weak hands and accumulate. It's helping that Microsoft's now firming up. Nvidia is still just stuck in a sideways 870 range. Google curling. Tesla sideways. Amazon pushing up now. Meta trying to push up. Lululemon up now 1.12. Finally, potentially a little bit of a local bottom in Lululemon. Nice little daily chart reversal occurring in Lulu. That could be signaling potentially more upside. Nice little potential breakout on the Qs here. Let's see if we can finally break out of this range that we've been chopping in. And again, there's still a bullish 10-minute chart pattern on the Qs that if we trigger and break out, we attempted once here, failed. This could be a nice little inverse head and shoulders breakout on the Qs, guys. Could be a really solid breakout. Again, 2 upside targets we have in play. About 433, just above 433, and just above 434 on the charts. Qs are still seeing some sellers in this range, getting rejected off that same trend line. Microsoft coming in a touch. So still not quite ready. Dixie's pressing a little bit higher now in the near term. Apple getting rejected off this key resistance zone just below 170. So we are seeing more pressure on the Qs. They're peeling the Qs back some more. Retesting that EMA. So notice how buyers got slapped down again after trying to attempt at a breakout. They slapped those buyers down again. Crazy whippy price action, right? Still range bound. Right back up. So it seemed like that was a bit of a shakeout candle. And just like that, the Qs are right back to the high of the range, getting bought up off that EMA. Back to 432. Seems like algos are definitely in charge of this market. Anonymous saying this is just a gamble for him at the moment. Are you writing calls or puts, Anonymous? Because right now we're just in Apple common shares. It's common sense. I took a stab at Lulu around 350, took a little loss and got out. Don't like the market environment for Lulu to take a stab at it again, but I guess that's where there's opportunity. Yep, where you don't take an opportunity or a chance, someone else might, and vice versa. So it makes the market. Urgit saying $3 range is all we will get until the big man speaks. Then we see volatility, so need to be patient. Yep, that's a good observation. I definitely agree with that. I think that if we dump on PAL, we probably likely will buy. Obviously, if we push to an extreme level, we'll look to short it. Right now, we're just range bound. Seeing a little bit of more sectors turning green here. You've had now XLK and XLI, the industrials, turn a little bit more green. So you are seeing a bit of accumulation today. You know, when the markets were down at the lows, most sectors were red. Apple has bounced off of the lows. So a little bit of accumulation occurring in the market. Still struggling in the Russell, down 0.3, but we are green. Tesla's coming in a touch more now. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft seeing some more sell side pressure. Google's trying to break out, continue its inverse head and shoulders move. You have Meta putting in a potential 5-minute bull flag. Qs are still just struggling to get out of this range. Holding the EMA 113 as of now. Nvidia trying to push up, Amazon curling down, Meta curling down. Bless me. All right, so we are still seeing oil trying to press a little bit here. The Dixie's going for a little bit of a breakout here. So the Dixie is actually trying to press and break. So I mean, watch out for some potential downside in the Qs here. That Dixie chart is looking rather a bit strong at the moment, making a little bit of a new high of day and trying to press. Qs are still struggling in this range right now. The Dixie's still trying to press, still trying to hold that EMA. QQQ, let's see what type of action we get here. We're approaching 12:30 now. I wonder if we're going to see any money be move more aggressively into Powell, or if we see more money move defensively into Powell. It's going to be an interesting little session here. That's for sure. Dixie's still strong. Qs look like they're trying to come back down a bit. Still holding that EMA 113. Right now, Meta's trying to curl down, Apple's curling down. Tesla trying to find a little bit of buyers off 156.90 zone. Apple still selling. Microsoft just floundering. Amazon curling down. Anonymous asking, TC views on buying at market versus limit orders. So typically for options, I like to use the market to sell to get out. It's just your broker has to have. I've had some really shitty fills. My worst fill I've ever had was a 9% range on a market sell, which was absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. But I like to use market orders for options. Limits for like if you're accumulating swing trades, but I just like to get in and out on my options plays. All right, Qs are trying to firm up here. Dixie's still charging a little bit higher. Guys, I'm going to take a 433 high risk lotto play on the call. 433 call on the Qs. 433 call on the Qs got filled at 93 cents. Just very light, very light, very light. Again, this is a high risk play ahead of all this Fed talk. Dollar's still trying to press a bit higher here in the near term. Potentially running into some resistance here. Here comes the Qs trying to push back up again. Here we go. Nice little move on the Qs. They defended that EMA quite a few times. We even had trying a dip below it, which is why I decided to get back into the calls. So contracts were already up about 5 cents a contract here. Looking for a lot more though. Potential little inverted head and shoulders now forming on the Qs. If we can break above this new little neckline, you have your left shoulder, you have your head, you have your right shoulder, and that type of a measured move really takes us even higher than the initial targets. If we break out, right, then we have another upside target, again, of roughly about this area here, 433.90. So 433.90. Apple trying to flag sideways and build a bit of a base. Let's see if we can finally break out of this range right ahead of Powell. Does appear that they're trying to push us potentially out of this range. Here comes a little bit more volume stepping in. Right back to the neckline, seeing a bit of sellers. Again, a lot of breakout sellers in this region. Still waiting on the breakout buyers to come in and help push things up. But again, we're writing a 433 call now at 93 cents. Nice potential. We're still holding Apple on the long side as well. Never hit my first target yet. A little bit more sellers coming back into the picture here. And Qs are coming down again. So no official breakout yet. They're actually trying to take Microsoft down a bit. Nvidia did try breaking out there. A little bit more sell side pressure coming into the Qs. Not a good sign. Still holding that EMA for now. Qs are coming right back in again. Microsoft looking a little bit weak. Now Microsoft's testing its next little neckline. It's not a good sign if Microsoft starts to break down. Not a healthy sign if Microsoft starts to break down. Amazon curling in, Microsoft curling in. Qs are still trying to hold steady here. Still no breakout on the Qs, still just range bound. Volume is increasing here, guys. So the volume's increasing a touch here in this region, which tells us that we're probably going to get a big move. The S&P is slightly negative. Qs are up 0.13. Russell down 0.37. There's a bigger decline in the Qs. Trying to breach that EMA again to the downside. Sellers just don't want to give it up. 10-year yield trying to move up again a little bit here in the near term. It's 12:45 now. Seeing Nvidia up still up 1.34, trying to actually push here. Microsoft's kind of lagging the market at the moment. Apple also lagging. Semis are trying to catch another little buyer's bid here. Amazon trying to stabilize. Meta's curling down. Google had a big red bar sell side candle. Again, still riding 433 calls now at 93 cents a con. You did have an opportunity to dip and buy them at a better price target than me. They dipped all the way down to about 87. I think even 85 cents was the low. Now trading at roughly 90, 91 cents. Teetering here. All right, we're now slightly green on the contracts, but still just stuck in a range. No solid breakout yet on the Qs. Still seeing more sellers creeping back into Apple, Microsoft. Nvidia is still trying to press, which is short-term optimistic. Google coming in hard, though, back to the negative side on Google. So a lot of mixed price action here. A lot of mixed price action ahead of Powell. We are seeing some sellers creeping into the mega caps, perhaps shaking out a bit of those weak hands. Money has been moving more defensively, but we are on the long side. All right, let's see. These calls are now starting to print a little bit more now. Again, we got at 93 cents on the 433s. Very light share size because this could absolutely pump. It could absolutely dump. So you just want to play it a little bit more cautiously. Yeah, 442 has kept us in check quite phenomenally. I'm seeing the Dixie actually curling down now, so that's going to be helpful for the market. If the Dixie can start to curl back down and test 106.30, that should be short-term helpful for the indices. Nat gas coming lower, oil trying to press a little bit higher. Still at break even on these 433s. Come on, give us a nice little move up. A couple little interesting patterns are at play here on the Qs. Here we go. Here comes the inverse head and shoulders potential break. Microsoft firming up. Nvidia's getting a big pump here. So Nvidia's getting a big pump. That's going to be super helpful. Here comes the Qs, guys. Here we go. We are long. Cons are at $1.01 already, so we're up nicely. Here we go. Here comes the squeeze. Let's see if they squeeze us right ahead of Powell, guys. We're up nicely on those contracts, 10 cents now. Come on, break out of this inverse head and shoulders. Take us to the promised land. All right, inverse head and shoulders is triggering in 40 seconds. We'll have a potential breakout. I repeat, 40 seconds we'll have a potential breakout. Qs are trying, Microsoft trying. Microsoft resistance is all the way up to this trend line. Apple resistance is still 170 whole number. It's an important strike zone, but you can see we are breaking out of this little inverse. Again, the target for that breakout, if it holds, is 433. Remember, we had a breakout here, never confirmed, it got failed. And look at that sell side pressure. Now we're trying a breakout again ahead of Powell, and we'll see if this market has legs and room to run. It's even testing a 10-minute chart inverse head and shoulders breakout. And that 10-minute target takes you even higher to roughly about 435 on the Qs. Imagine we hit 435 off these 433 calls. Dixie's dumping quite substantially here, guys. So the Dixie is dumping quite substantially. Again, we still have Papa Powell set to speak. He could change anything and everything with the wrong verbiage. Again, he has been quite dovish over the last couple Fed meetings, and the market reaction off of Powell has been quite strong to the upside. Yeah, Tesla's getting a big green stick to the upside. Really big green stick on Tesla. Nvidia, Amazon curling. We just need Apple to start pressing here, and that should give the Qs a little bit more. So we got that 1-minute candle breakout. Still no confirmed breakout. We need another minute close above this little 1248 candle. So still no technical breakout. The breakout has not confirmed yet. A little bit of an attempt there, and sellers took a right back down. Potential 1-minute hanging man candle there on the Qs. That's typically not a good sign, actually. That 1-minute candle is a little bit of a bearish formation candle, but as of now, we're still trying to confirm this breakout. So let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's see if we can push a little bit more. Come on, Qs. Here we go, guys. We're making another run here. Here we go. We're finally clearing 432. Let's see if we can confirm in 17 seconds this technical breakout. Nice move. Nice move. Cons are up to $1.10, so we're sitting up nicely on these contracts, guys. I'm still holding. I'm still holding for more. Let's go. Here we go. We're looking likely to get that confirmed breakout, guys. We did get the confirmed candle there. We did get the confirmed candle. This is where the upside squeeze starts to come in. So now you have breakout buyers going to chase this because we did get a confirmed 1-minute breakout. We got a confirmed 1-minute breakout. You're even trying to test a 10-minute chart breakout. That hasn't confirmed. But if that 10-minute candle confirms, that's when the Qs are going to start moving sharply. And I hope they keep pumping this up into Powell, because then it gives us an opportunity to actually fade the market. But as of now, I'm still long, strong. Apple really hasn't even firmed up off of this breakout. So we get into a scenario where Apple sees some buyers. This should help the Qs push to its target. This breakout target is all the way up here at 435 on the Qs. Still seeing some sellers though. A little bit of sellers. We did confirm this go around, but still seeing some sellers coming back into the picture. Nvidia pushing still. Tesla still pushing. Bitcoin's even catching a buyer's bid here. The Russell's trying to almost go green on the session. QQQ still trying to press a bit more now. Let's see how much we can get. Come on, Qs. Give us a nice squeeze. Give us a nice continuation squeeze. Again, there's plenty of ample opportunity now to get in on these QQQ calls. Apple's still lagging. Tesla's trying to push. Nvidia pushing. Google's lagging. So if you have Apple and Google now firm up, that's going to take the Qs to the next leg higher here. It's Apple and Google currently lagging. Nvidia's firmed up. Tesla firmed up. Meta firmed up a bit. Amazon's trying to push. Nvidia, big push with the semis. But it's mainly Apple that's still lagging on things here. Still hasn't really pushed past this little sell side zone at the moment. I do think it will, but we're still seeing some sellers creeping in on Apple. Come on, Qs. Let's see if we can make another run. Let's give us another higher 1 minute close. I think the big market signals, if we clear this pivot zone, notice how we were rejected hard here, had a massive sell-off. Now we've put in a higher low off of that pattern. So if we can get through these two little points, we're probably going to have a big squeeze to the upside. A big squeeze. Still have few sectors red, but you've had industrials, XLK, staples, and healthcare green. Financials are red. Materials, communications, energy red. Real estate, utilities red. Come on, Qs. Hold this area, Qs. Hold this area. All right, this is an important back test of this trend line now. So this is your inverted head and shoulders neckline that you need to hold. As of now, buyers are stepping in and trying to hold that zone. Come on, big push off that area. Engulf this previous candle. If we engulf this candle, that would be a stellar signal that we likely go higher. But Microsoft weakening, Apple's still coming in. That's not optimistic or optimal. Nvidia's still trying to hold steady. Qs are coming in a bit. Dixie's trying to find a little bit of reversal here. So same 432 zone, finding some sellers and rejecting us there. That same zone. The Qs are still trying here, guys. The Qs are still trying to firm up here across the board. We did confirm that technical breakout on the 1 minute, so you don't want to lose this inverted head and shoulders pattern. This is the pattern I'm looking at. Even if we lose that neckline, then you can adjust your neckline to use that high pivot, but I really like keeping with the original one. This is where buyers should step in. I mean, you could even have a little bit of downside to this lower boundary trend line, your EMA again. Still a big struggle in this range. Microsoft trying to firm up. Nvidia, Amazon curling down. That's not a healthy sign. Apple curling down. Google's still weak. Meta's trying to push back up. Apple just can't seem to get out of its own way, tripping over its own 2 feet at the moment. Qs are trying to lose this breakout zone. Buyers are trying to hold that little neckline though. It's a big, big fight. Apple's coming in though. That's going to be hard for the market. Really, Apple still has not firmed up at all. Qs are coming right back in, trying to lose the breakout. Again, weakness from Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Google. Meta's now curling in. Dixie's trying to press higher. IWM, SPY, still slightly negative. Another attempt at a breakout being met with sellers. Bigger decline into the Qs now. That's not healthy price action. Dixie's getting a really big stick to the upside now. Probably should have pared back some profits on these trades, but we're seeing the Qs now. Seeing some sellers. Microsoft coming lower, Apple coming lower. Bitcoin still pressing. Come on, Qs. Another potential failed breakout on the Qs that we're observing. Still holding that EMA. So there's some slight positivity, but it really needs to get going here, or we run the risk of, again, falling lower back to this support. Still higher lows on the trend, but really haven't made a definitive higher high yet in the Qs. Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a buyer's bid. It's now approaching 12:58, almost 1 o'clock time frame. Powell's set to speak in about 17 minutes. If it's too stressful, you're likely over leveraged and positioned too heavy. Options move quick. Options move quick. I'm still holding. I haven't cut. And I'm sitting at 93 cents. We had an opportunity to take about 20 cents a contract there on those 433s. We're up right now about 5-6 cents, teetering. But I'm still holding. Still holding Apple. Apple basically back to our break-even zone. All right, here comes a potential another push on the Qs. Let's see if we can finally get this rally to start. And again, we arguably have a new neckline now that we need to use, which is this neckline. And that gives us an even higher upside target if we break out. So that gives us a retest of target of about 434 in the Qs if we break out. Still stuck in the same range that we've been chopping in. Stuck in the same range. Microsoft, Apple trying to catch a bid. Seeing Nvidia seeing a big green stick to the upside. That's trying to catch a nice bid. If you want to cut your positions, feel free, but I'm holding. I'm holding for a breakout here on the Qs. I think we get a facelift before Powell, and then we're going to have some sort of reversal on Powell probably. Cons are up to $1.05, so we're back in the money by about 13 cents a contract on those 433s. Right back down, seeing more and more sell side. Microsoft coming in. Still an unwavering amount of sell side pressure across the majority of the S&P 500 sectors, but there's pockets of green that have tried firming up. Nvidia, SMCI back above 4.89. That's a bit of a down candle there in the market. Microsoft again trying to break down once again. Apple trying to hold steady, firm up. Remember, Apple did put in a 10-minute bottoming tail, 20-minute reversal signal, and an hourly bottoming tail. So likely the low of day is in for Apple unless there's some sort of a geopolitical event or Powell comes out and starts swinging at the market with hawkish tone. Still seeing the Qs kind of peeling away at the moment. There's a bit more of a potential breakdown occurring. Microsoft continuing to see some weakness. So more weakness creeping back into the Qs, guys. More weakness creeping back in. The volume's certainly increasing in this region. The Dixie's, though, pushing right back up. So the DXY is pushing right back up to the high of day, which could be a little bit of some near-term hindrance for the market. That's why we're seeing some sell-side pressure occurring, is this Dixie chart. is pushing for, again, a new high of day. 10-year yield also trying to hold and push. Microsoft continuing to weaken here a touch. Same thing with the Qs. We're definitely down on those trades at the moment. Down by about 6 cents a contract. Just still fluttering in this range. Amazon had a big down candle. Apple's trying to firm up. Nvidia is still putting in potential bullish consolidation on the 5-minute chart. Google trying to firm up. Powell speaks in 12 minutes. SPY still negative. Q still slightly green. Russell down. Microsoft's trying to hold this key level, but still seeing some sellers. Bigger breakdown in the Qs now. Microsoft continuing to weaken. Amazon curling down. Qs are still coming down. A little bit more now. Guys, I'm going to add a second entry to my contract. Still light keeping the shares if we hit this upsloping trend line. All right, there's a little bit of a defensive bounce coming back into the Qs. Still struggling though. You had another attempt at a breakout which got rejected. Let's see if we can still keep higher lows. So the Qs are trying to bounce, but they keep seeing some sellers. Weakness in Microsoft, Amazon coming in, Meta's curling down. Again, we do have Powell coming up at 1:15. The fact that the markets have tried breaking out numerous attempts today ahead of Powell, and the fact that they're selling us off into Powell, leads me to think that he's probably going to give a facelift again. Apple trying to firm up. We're still holding those common shares at that 168.92 zone. Still holding a 433 call in the Qs at 93 cents a contract, which they just went slightly green for us right now. Here we go. Here we go. This is a nice power candle. Seems like the magic wand is being raised right now. Come on, let's see how much they can give us here. Keep pressing Qs. Let's see if we can get back above 432. That zone is just like an immense wall of resistance. that we've been rejected off here. Just take a look at the rejection today. Here, 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 here. Now we're breaking through it again, trying to get through it. And look at that move. Come on, Qs. Look at Apple. Look at Microsoft. Big sticks across the board. These contracts are now printing. Here we go. I want 433s to finally break out and get us in the money. Looks like they're trying to facelift this market right ahead of Mr. FOMC chairman himself. Apple's trying to participate at the moment. Oh, right back down. That 432 zone is just some big sellers just sitting there at the moment. So once that sell side pressure starts to abate off that 432 strike, we're going to see probably a little bit of a power move outside of this range on the Qs. Just been range bound, range bound, range bound, range bound. Dixie still trying to consolidate bullishly. It has taken a bit of a breather. Come on, QQQ, get us out of this trade. Let's see if we can get these calls in the money. Yep, Michael was saying such a quick money flow from one side to the other. Yep, absolutely. Microsoft, Apple still trying to press. That's should be some optimistic signs. Nvidia trying to press. Now Amazon's trying to participate. Bigger push coming in the Qs, guys. Come on, let's see if we get the volume. Volume's starting to come in here, guys. The volume is getting a bit heavier. Let's see if we can get finally a little bit of a breakout out of this range that we've been stuck in. You are attempting another little push. Come on, get us above this 432 zone. Get us back above it. Again, we have now another right shoulder still forming here. You haven't officially triggered this breakout. Oh, right back down the Qs. Let's see though. This was a nice power surge. That likely means we should see more buy pressure coming in. Buyers should trace that little bit of a impulse 2-minute green candle higher. You can see Apple's trying to still press. Look at the press on Microsoft coming in. Let's see. Still no breakout yet. Powell in roughly 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes, we have Papa Powell. You can see the big fight going on in this resistance zone. Apple's still pushing, Nvidia taking a breather, Meta taking a breather, Google taking a breather, Microsoft also taking a bit of a breather here. Tesla's still trading above 157, trying to press. It's still down 2.4%. Apple's still down 1.84. Nvidia up 1.96. Microsoft up 0.74. AMD up 2.18. SMCI up over 2.18. Still no breakout yet on the Qs. Absolutely no breakout yet on the Qs. We're attempting a potential 10-minute chart breakout, but as of now, we're still stuck at this 432 strike zone that's kept us in check really 5 or 6 times today. A little bit of weakness creeping back into the mega caps now. Definitely a bit of a down move there. Rejection being observed once again. Still a big fight along this EMA. And then there's more sellers. So again, every single time this market wants to break out, it just keeps getting rejected. Not a healthy sign. All right, we are falling here. Now we really don't want to lose this little pivot zone here. All right, 2 minutes till Powell, guys. 2 minutes till Powell. Right now, the 10 years up 1.3, 2 years up 1. SPY negative. QQQ up 0.18. IWM down by 0.3%. Bitcoin down by 1.12, but it has firmed up off of the lows, trading back above 62K. QQQ is trying to break out here. Still no attempt. Back to 432. Trying to press a little bit more. Microsoft, Apple, we're still holding QQQ calls. Again, if these calls have a breakout on Powell, I will be looking to trim and leave a break even on runners. Apple, I'm still have a 170 target that I'm looking to trim half and put a break even. We're back up on those cons by about 10 cents. Still waiting for the Qs to give us a breakout. Again, you have seen a lot of sell side pressure heading into Powell today. The majority of sectors are red on this session, which makes me think that we could see a bit of a facelift going into Powell. That would certainly catch a bit of the shorts off guard. You know, you've had Microsoft teetering on this 5-minute head and shoulders pattern, but it really hasn't given us the definitive break. Qs are still trying again. 1 minute till Powell. Dixie's at 106.30. Come on, give us a pop on the Qs. Again, I'm looking to take profits on these 433s if they get in the money. Right now, we're up on the trade. But this could easily dump, could easily pump. Which way are we going to go? They are trying to peel the market back just a touch here. Still seeing strength in Nvidia. Powell should be on. It's now 1:15. What color tie is he wearing? Yep, volume is picking up again. It should be picking up as we head into him. Dollar's trying to catch a bit of a bid. No real movement yet in the yield market. Qs are coming in a touch. SPY's flat. More sell side pressure in the Qs. Dixie's trying to make another little move higher here. Oil's being slightly faded. Nat gas still weak on the session. QQQ still trying to hold that EMA 113 below that 432 zone again, where we've been rejected quite a number of times today. Here comes another attempt at pushing higher. Dixie's still trying to curl up. Tesla's coming in. Google pushing, Meta trying to curl up, Nvidia trying to break another little 5-minute bull flag. Apple's still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in this range, nothing crazy yet. Here we go, Qs. Come on. Try to break out of this range. They're trying another attempt. Qs are still struggling here. Apple, Microsoft seeing sellers. Tesla seeing sellers. We're still up on those cons by about 10, 11 cents. It's fluctuating here. So Governor Macklem is speaking, Bank of Canada right now. Bitcoin's pushing up here, guys. Still no pal yet. Still just waiting on pal. The Bank of Canada governor speaking right now. So it's nothing crazy. SPY slightly green. Qs are up 0.2. Dollar coming in a tad. Yields are coming in a tad. Russell's getting a nice breakout. So the IWM is trying to firm up here, go for a new high of day. That should be some positive optimism in the market. If the Russell can break out here, that's going to help actually everything, create a little bit more of a buyer's bid in most assets. Qs are coming in though a touch. Qs are coming in more a touch. Still holding above that EMA. Yep, IWM new high of day. That's right, Urjit. That is technically bullish. That's a nice bullish signal from the Russell. Very important to watch those highs of days and lows of days. That's very extremely important because if the Russell's breaking out, you're likely going to see the Qs break out, right? That's kind of a signal. So we're still holding 433 calls on the Qs, up on the trade by about, we're teetering between 10 to 15 cents profit right now per contract. But I'm still think that we can get more. Still no pal yet. I'm watching things on another live stream here where pal's, they're showing pal. His face is on camera. Oh, now it's back to the Governor Macklem. So pal was waiting patiently. I didn't even observe what color tie he was wearing. Tesla's coming in. Google's trying to press. Bitcoin's still pressing, trying to recapture 63,000 now on Bitcoin. Dixie's going for high of day. 10-year yield trying to creep up a little bit here. Qs are still at that 432 strike zone. That has really kept it in check numerous times right now. Numerous times. Russell's still holding near the highs of the session. Dixie just made a little bit of a higher candle there. Qs are trying to press a little bit more. Again, guys, if we get a big green shoot to the upside into 433 zone, I'll be looking to pare back and sell these contracts. Come on, give us a little bit of a facelift to the upside. Still no pal yet. Qs are coming in now. Bigger decline coming into the Qs. Heavy volume. Basically back to break even on those contracts. Not what we want to see since we've been sitting in them for a little bit. Dixie's starting to rip, guys. The Dixie is trying to rip here across the board. So you can see the Dixie still grinding and putting in higher highs, but creating a bit of an upsloping wedge pattern, which typically is actually a bearish formation on the Dixie. Intraday, it's right, a little bit of a rising wedge pattern, typically is bearish. Okay, they're showing pal now, guys. They are showing pal. He's got a silver or white tie on, I believe. Only the algorithms know what the silver tie means. Qs are still trying to press. You can see the Dixie coming in a touch here. Come on, Qs, give us a little push. Governor Macklem is speaking from the BOC, Bank of Canada. All right, Qs are trying to make another little run. Here we go. This might be the breakout, guys. Volume was there. We're trying here. Testing that neckline again as the Dixie's rolling over a touch. Come on, give us that breakout. Jeez, they just don't want to do it, eh? Not quite yet. One way or another, we're going to have a big impulsive move. Whether it's up or down, it's anyone's guess at this point. Since we're putting in higher lows, since the market's more oversold intraday, favors an upside continuation pop, but we just keep seeing the Qs getting hit down a little bit more. IWM, remember, made that new high of day, so that's positive signs showing a little bit more risk is coming back into the market. Risk appetite is increasing. Qs, come on, big push, Qs, big push. Wow. No breakout yet. No breakout yet, guys. Dixie's softening a touch more. Qs are still trying to hold above 432. So notice the difference now is we're trying to consolidate above that 432 zone. That's really kept us in check for quite a long time. Here comes the attempt at a breakout yet again. Will we see the breakout? Come on, give us an impulse move to the upside. Russell's still holding steady. SPY Qs are positive. Russell's only down 0.16%, so a significant rally off of the lows for the IWM. A significant rally. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Same thing with NVIDIA. Bitcoin's just ripping here, up 63. Nice move on Bitcoin, back up to 63,000. Google coming in a touch. There goes the Qs falling again, getting rejected right at that same little breakout trend line. Qs right back down, so we're now down on those contracts a bit by about 4 or 5 cents, fluttering. Dixie's still trying to curl higher here. Dixie's still ripping. So right now they're just discussing Canada's economic policy, discussing the difference between the US and Canadian housing market, discussing that the Bank of Canada and the Fed need to see a target a rate of 2%. They need to see that path of 2% target maintained and achieved.
As expected, headline inflation came in close to 3%. We have seen gas prices in both our countries move up. Importantly, though, measures of core inflation did tick down again, and that does suggest that underlying inflationary pressures are continuing to ease. So we continue to be moving in the right direction. The other thing I want to underline is that in the conduct of monetary policy...
That's just the Governor Macklem, Bank of Canada, speaking. Qs are trying to make another little run higher here. All right, is this the breakout candle that we've been waiting for on the Qs? They are attempting another round of a potential breakout here. Slightly green on those contracts. So not too much market moving because we haven't heard from Jay Powell yet. He is on stage. just Bank of Canada Governor McCallum is talking right now, which the market really doesn't care about. So I think the big thing is from Powell, talking about a lot of the trade relations between Canada and the US at the moment. Dixie's softening a touch. Russell made a new high of day there. So the Russell's continuing to move positively here, which means that I do think the Qs should also firm up at some point. Bitcoin's ripping, Google ripping, Microsoft now ripping higher. QQQ still trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders. There's even a potential 10-minute chart breakout that it's trying to shape up. All right, Qs are still pushing. Russell's almost going positive here, guys. Can you believe that? The Russell 2000 is trying to firm up and go positive. QQQ right again, triggering another head and shoulders in the 1 minute. Hasn't confirmed yet, but it's trying. Trying to get back above there and push. Apple still trying to grind higher. Microsoft, big green stick. Nat gas coming down some more. You have Bitcoin still pushing above 63. 10-year yield up 1.5. Oof, bigger decline there in the Qs. What a dump there on the Qs. Powell is now coming on stage, so money's moving extremely defensive there ahead of Powell. Really big dump. Really big dump on the Qs there, guys. I'm still holding. I didn't get shaken out. We're still holding higher lows, but money's moving defensively. Dixie ripped there.
For this, it's great to be here today.
Wow.
I want to echo what Randy said about the mutually beneficial
Look at that. Holy.
relationship we have with Canada, economically, culturally.
What a dump. What a dump in the market.
I thought Tiff did a great job talking about the similarities and differences in our economy, our financial markets, the challenges.
At this point, guys, I'm still going to hold. Down on the contracts too much that I'm not going to cut them here.
So I'm not going to repeat that, but what I will do is talk, if I could, a little bit.
Wow. What a breakdown. I apologize about that trade. That one went severely against us in a matter of a split second. That was the risk, right? Going into the Powell presser. That was the risk, right? Running into this, a massive decline in the indices. Big technical breakdown occurring. Even the Russell got slaughtered. Everything got slaughtered across the board there. Dixie ripping. Everything got pushed. So I'm just going to hold these contracts now. I'm down, quite substantially on the 433s. So, I mean, these ones, again, I'm not getting shaken out. We could easily rip back up. Down almost 50% at the lows there. That was crazy. What a dump down. Powell is speaking right now. Look at that Dixie move, guys. Holy. What a rip on the Dixie. What a move down. Holy. Basically testing the low of day from yesterday, and we've now lost every single bullish pattern that we've been accumulating and distributing in. And basically not a good sign for the equity markets. This downside target of roughly 428 could be hit. Made a new low on the Qs there. Wow. What a dump. See, that's a sign where we got absolutely caught in the wrong direction. We were up on the trade nicely, and then they just managed to take it down. Right at that double bottom today. You could add to your cons if you want to. Since I'm down too much, I'm not going to. Even though we do have room to maneuver, I'm still just holding steady what I had. 433s down. They're at 33 cents a con right now. My average is sitting at 93 cents. I mean, we're down on the trade substantially. That one definitely went against us. Could we firm up off double bottom? Perhaps. You could easily get a big shakeout candle that we got here, and we could easily rip right back up. which we are right now, trying to, but the Dixie's still super, super strong. And this is the importance of trading lighter share size with this market, right? He's talking about the recent inflationary data not giving us confidence. He is expected to achieve that confidence. If you want to add to your 433s, it's risky. I'm just keeping what I have. I'm not going to average down because we are down the trade. If the market wants to get a facelift into the end of the bell, by all means, we could still see 433s getting the money, but that was a hard technical breakdown. Dollar ripped, 10-year yield back to 1.78. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. 10-minute chart of the Qs still holding low of day, still holding the double bottom. So, I mean, there's always a scenario where we could actually bounce, but not really the healthy price action that we wanted to see in the QQQ market. They often say the first move is the wrong move, so let's see if they want to firm this up at all. So, yeah. So, massive decline off of that news, off of Powell. The Qs went back to the negative side. SPY, Russell pretty much went back to the... Look at that Russell. That Russell chart rope and doped so many new people in and then got absolutely hammered even more. Boom. Right back down. Dixie's still trying to press a little bit higher, coming in a touch here. Again, if you're wanting to add to your calls, it looks like we were trying to put in a bit of reversal here. I'm still holding long Apple. We're basically just flat on that trade. Common shares still down on the 433 calls. But we'll see if they want to do a little bit of a fake breakdown and then reversal back to the high side. There is some signs of that. People are trying to defend and buy. Potential 10-minute bottoming tail forming on the Qs. So cons are trying to firm up here. Look at this little reversal, potential little fake breakdown occurring. So I never got shaken out. Probably a lot of people did. Basically on those contracts, they're at 60 cents now. So still down on the trade. But we could see the Qs making a little bit of a bullish reversal. All day we were trying to break out on numerous attempts. Maybe we break out now. Dixie fade a little bit. Qs are still trying to firm up. Apple, we're back in the green. Nice job, Shamit. Traded that well. Qs are pushing right back up, guys. So we're almost right back to where the sell-off occurred on the Qs. And look at that big push, right? So nice push. We still have a shot of getting 433s in the money. Not as likely, but still a shot. That would have been a big reversal. Probably should have added down there to the contracts, but again, with 0 DTEs, you run the risk of it going lower, and averaging down is a tricky bet. Tricky bet. Would have paid off there, but doesn't always pay off. Right back down. The Qs seeing more sell side. Apple, we're still holding slight gains. Interesting to see if we get a 10-minute bottoming tail on the Qs. That could be a very strong candle throughout the rest of the day. Right now it is a 10-minute bottoming tail. Still has about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the candle formation. VIX is still down. Yields are still showing some strength. Russell, SPY are still negative at the moment. Apple's still struggling here. You could still see the Qs are trying to stabilize and recapture this little bit of a wedge pattern, this bullish accumulation zone that was occurring all day. You can see the Qs are still trying to recapture that key zone. Nice job. It's common sense. You caught that. Good job. Good job. Still looking for a 10-minute bottoming tail on the Qs. 50 seconds left on the 10-minute candle. As of now, it is a 10-minute bottoming tail. And really, we're looking for the Qs. If the Qs can actually close back inside this little bit of a pivot to pivot zone. Right now, we're slightly just on that zone and trying to hold it steady. Apple's still seeing sellers. 10-year's still up 1.69%. QQQ coming back down again a little bit. Still seeing some sellers. Final 20 seconds in the 10-minute candle, and it's no bottoming tail yet. Needs to push up a little bit more to create a bit of a bottoming tail. All right, so the Qs did put in a 10-minute bottoming tail here. So that shows some signs, the fact that you're back in that wedge pattern and we're trying to create a flag pattern and move up off that level. Contracts are back to 57 cents. Dixie getting faded, which means that the Qs can probably break out to the upside and achieve these targets that we originally discussed. I wish I was able to pick up calls at the bottom now, but honestly, we're back testing that 432 strike zone again. Just the way the cookie crumbles. Dixie's still getting faded here. Russell's had a nice big pop back up. Hovering right on that EMA 113 yet again. After a big dump, big rip back up, virtually back in the same spot before that FOMC dump, which means that we shook out a lot of weak hands. New bulls have accumulated. Probably want to press higher. Look at the fade on the Dixie. Dixie making a bit of a bearish, a little bit of a bullish breakout. Now seeing some failure out of that potential pattern. Remember, we were discussing this wedge pattern as being slightly bearish. And we'll see if it wants to break down and continue its little reversal to the downside. Dollar getting faded more. Dollar's getting faded a bit more here. Still stuck in the same range that the Qs have been trading in really all day. No real breakout to the upside. Still seeing a lot of distribution, but accumulation as well in this range. Apple trying to press. You have the Dixie now hitting some 1 minute chart support back to its EMA. Notice how the Dixie's right back to its EMA. The Q's are right back to its EMA. Definitely more positive that the Q's firmed up off of the lows. Dixie's trying to go lower. Notice the correlation. Dollar down. Market's trying to catch a bid. S&P's back to the green side. Q's are back to the green. Yeah, volumes are low, which actually favors a little bit more upside. It just means there's not as much sell side pressure at the moment. Qs are still seeing more sellers in this range. Bigger hard candle down. The Qs are trying to form an hourly bottoming tail here. Potential 30-minute bottoming tail. Doesn't guarantee upside, but trying. Market's trying to firm. Tesla's still down 3. Microsoft up 0.64. Apple still down over 2. Dollar's still continuing to fade. I'm seeing Google trying to press a little bit higher here. Nvidia as well. Apple's trying to press. Meta's trying to curl up now. They're still just talking about acting in a cohesive manner between the BOC and the Fed, maintaining the similar inflationary targets. Still have the majority of sectors red in the S&P 500. 10-year yield still trading at 1.37, 2 years at 1.26. Apple's still trying to push. Microsoft, Google coming in now. Nvidia's seeing some sellers. Qs are coming down. Amazon seeing some more sellers. Dixie's still at that EMA 113. Market is trying to lose this upsloping trend line, trying to hold it steady on the Qs, but again, we breached it once. There's always a chance we can breach it again. All right, guys, I just did a small add to my QQQ 433. I don't recommend this, but I did a small add at 48 cents a contract. My average now sits at 80 cents a contract. 80 cents a contract. So I am down on the position. Down by about 24 cents, 30 cents or so. Hovering in that range. Google's trying to firm up. So is Apple. Apple's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. We're still holding long on Apple. Dixie's getting another power candle. Whoa, look at that power candle. That's not going to be good. Qs are still peeling away here. Trying to come down even more. It's common sense looking at VKTX, play on obesity drug, also potential targeted for acquisition by Big Pharma, as they don't have one in the pipeline. I'm just looking at it on my other screen before I bring it up here. So I mean, you're still holding that impulse gap up move on VKTX, Viking Therapeutics. Qs are still trying to see some more sell side pressure. Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia coming in, Amazon coming in. Bitcoin's now selling back below 63K on Bitcoin. 10-year yield still up 1.5%. VIX still down 4. Apple still down 2. Qs are now actually negative. QQQ back to the negative side. Go figure. A little bit of buyers stepping back into the picture. Qs are still flat now. Apple's still trying to press. That'll be helpful if Apple and Microsoft and Nvidia can get going again. So I mean, looking at this VKTX daily chart, one of the reasons you're bouncing here and holding a bit of near-term support, this little upsloping trend line. It's a tough trade. I mean, you have been declining on descending volume. You're into some minor support. RSI is trying to form a little bit of a positive divergence, lower low on the RSI, higher high in price action. So a little bit of divergence there. This one could pop here. This one could pop here. But I mean, obviously there's that massive gap fill to the downside that looms, right? All right, so Powell's speaking now again. Markets are not reacting kindly. QQQ is now down 0.11% on the session as the Dixie's trying to push up. Qs are still coming in, retesting that 10-minute bottoming tail. So this would be the area to retest and buy calls and longs on the Qs, but we're still seeing heavy price action right now. Breaking pretty much yesterday's low of day. We're trying to breach that. Not a healthy sign. Dixie's still pushing. High risk trade, guys. 432 call. Those contracts are around 50 cents, 53 cents. I haven't taken them, but they are looking interesting. We keep trying to defend this low of day from yesterday, this red line. Breached it here, defending it here again. All indices are still red. Every single sector except XLK and healthcare are red right now. Dixie's still strong. Apple's still trying to hold and build a base higher. Microsoft, Google, Meta, they all took a severe dump. Tesla as well took a nasty little dump. Nat Gas getting a big green stick to the upside. Nat Gas has now actually turned almost green on the session. That's getting a really big bid along with the Qs. Take a look at natural gas. That one's actually trying to firm up. Nice little bullish recovery. Look at that. Power move on Nat Gas. Whoa. Look at that. Qs are also trying to catch another bid higher. Still holding Apple and 433 calls on the Qs. Down on the calls. Definitely down on the calls at the moment. Qs are still struggling in this range. Yep, earnings in 8 days, so volume will be returning, absolutely. Nat gas spike, yep, I see that. Nat gas is spiking. 10-year yield still at 1.5. Russell still down 0.45 or 0.5%. Apple still down almost 2% on the session. Interesting to see Apple down again 2%. Maybe it's that headline that one of the viewers put in earlier about antitrust lawsuits, so on and so forth. But with yields this strong, typically you see Apple perform a little bit better. It's one of those heavy cash mode stocks that are less sensitive to interest rates. QQQ coming right back in. We're approaching 2 o'clock time frame. Amazon getting a bounce. Microsoft, Apple trying to bounce. Nvidia still curling in a touch. Google now pushing. Meta's trying to push. Tesla's trying to form a little bit of a low here. Q's right back down though. Nat gas is pumping up. Guys, I'm going to take a long on EQT here. Common shares 35.85 long. Day trade 35.85 long on EQT. Just because Nat gas is ripping, I want to see if this catches any sort of momentum. Nat gas is flying right now. So it is pushing pretty hard at the moment. Nice little bullish reversal on Nat gas. Closing, getting above right now the 20-day moving average again. QQQ just consolidating sideways. Tesla's still down 3.4. Qs are still struggling at that previous little neckline of resistance. Apple trying to push. Nat gas still pushing. Nat gas is hitting 20-minute chart resistance, which is your EMA 113. Still could go absolutely higher. Qs are still just struggling in this range. They have not firmed up at all. Still just stuck under this key resistance. You really need to get above this resistance, or else we run the risk of trending a bit lower. The dollar's still taking a bit of a breather, but it did pop up to the high side. Qs are slightly green still. SPY, Russell negative. Yields are green, dollar's green, gold, silver down. Actually, gold's flat. So we're still holding long Apple at this 168.92 level. QQQ 433 calls, which are down on, and an EQT long at 35.85. Nat gas still pushing higher here. EQT pushing along with nat gas. Look at the big bid in nat gas coming in. Whoo-wee. Qs are also still pushing a little bit harder now. See if the Qs can get above this zone. At the moment, they still keep seeing sellers. More and more sellers. Nat gas still pushing here. Nat gas is now up on the session 2.4% in printing. So big bullish reversal in nat gas continuing now. Nice bullish reversal in nat gas. EQT is starting to see some more buyers, but the market's still struggling here with the Qs weak. You did get a bit of a 30-minute bottoming tail on the NASDAQ chart. Still trying to carve out an hourly bottoming tail. EQT's pumping along with nat gas. Look at the rip in natural gas, guys. Holy schmoly. Good thing we went long EQT. Look at that power move in nat gas. Right back to the highs, up 3.6%. Beautiful, beautiful little trade there. Still holding long EQT, long Apple. Look at that nat gas pump. Holy. Came out of really nowhere, right? Look at the rip on nat gas. We're still going. Holy. It's up 5% now. That's insane. That's insane. Look at this power move in nat gas. We're now up 6%. Out of nowhere, nat gas is just ripping. Holy. Look at that rip. Back almost to the highs. This could actually try having a continuation move high. Oh my God. Resistance on nat gas lies roughly at this 201 level. Look at EQT pump, guys. We're holding long and strong there. We're up 15 cents there. Wow, what a move in nat gas. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. Nat gas taking a bit of a breather now. EQT still down 1.64% as nat gas has made a bullish recovery. Definitely seeing some sellers though creeping into nat gas. Qs are trying to catch another little bid. Let's see if we can recapture that EMA and get above it. EQT coming in hard, so we're basically back to flat on EQT. All sectors except for 2 are still red. Dollar's still trying to consolidate, but it's faded from the highs. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here. Potential hourly bottoming tail forming on the Qs. You have formed a 30-minute bottoming tail. Let's look back at Apple. Apple again, coming up to that 170 target. I'm still holding. Still watching Nat Gas on my other screen. It is up on the session, still moving nicely. Bigger bump up in the Qs there. We're looking to retest that 432 strike zone on the Qs. Here comes more volume in the QQQ. A little bit of sellers though. Yep, Chris is right. Somewhere market makers laughing their head off. Absolutely. Absolutely. So again, the Qs are trying to push. The meeting is now pretty much being concluded. So let's see if we get a little bit of a trend for the rest of the afternoon. Nat Gas trading at 195, still pumping here. EQT is trying to push it a little bit higher. Qs are making another little push. Testing that 432 area again that kept us in check really all day long. EQT making another push. Nat Gas still up on the session, 3.85. It's pulled back from the highs just a bit. Still holding Apple. Apple's coming into target, guys. Apple is coming into target. I'm still going to hold because I've seen the Qs firm up here. So I'm going to hold still. I am not cutting any Apple yet. I'm still holding. 170 target did hit though. That was the original profit target, but I'm still looking for more. Qs are still trying to press a little bit here. Can we finally break out of this range on the Qs? Here we go. Qs are getting some more volume. Can we get these 433s to go in the money? Obviously, we're still down on the trade due to theta, but at least it's showing some signs of firming up here. We're only down about 10 cents a contract at the moment. Apple, I'm still holding. EQT, I'm still holding. Getting nice positive reaction in the market, down about 5 cents. 432s are almost in the money, guys. Again, we have upside target, 2 upside targets, a Pierce of 433. We're still trying to pump. Look at this move, guys. All right, guys, I just exited my contracts. We ended up making a profit, sold at 91 cents a con, rode it from 80 cents down to like 23 cents. We were down about 75% on the con. Now we're green. I just sold all of Apple as well. Exited Apple there at 170.11. Boom, 433 cons went in the money. That's another 2 trades winning on the day. Thank you very much. That was looking pretty grim there for a second. Managed to squeeze out a gain. So nice job if you caught that with us. Another little win on the session. 2 trades. Beautiful, beautiful job. Still holding EQT. Look at this pump. Nat Gas is trying to go. EQT is trying to go. So we are still seeing some heavy flow coming in. EQT still ripping. Look at the ripping EQT. Woo! Let's go EQT. All right, guys, I'm going to sell EQT day trade here. 36.12 exit. I'm all out. Another win on the session. Boom. Very, very good. Very, very good trading session. Nice, nice job. Look at that. What a run, guys. What a run. What a run. Yep, everything is popping here across the board. Qs, Russell, dollars collapsing, yield softening. Everything is running here. Everything. Even Fisker up 40%. Roku's catching a bit. VIX is dumping. So it's a nice move to the upside in all names. It's a broad market rally. But I'm all out of the Qs. I'm all out of Apple. I'm all out of EQT. That's a win. That's another win, guys. Hopefully you all were able to catch that with us. That was a good little session there. That was a good session. All right, guys, I'm going to slowly wrap this stream up. You can see my MacBook is running out of some energy here. I'm going to have to plug that in. I'll keep the stream going a little bit here, but I am going to take a bit of a break here since we have traded nicely today. Some really good profits. But I'm going to go silent on the mic. If anything changes, I will be sure to hop on and change. But we took Apple profits. We took QQQ call profits. We took EQT profits. So we're all out of the session right now. Let's look at natural gas to see how that one is. I'll put that on since there's a lot of bulls and that one had a nice bullish breakout. But look at the move on the Qs, guys. So just like that, you know, it's a matter of being patient. Matter of being patient. Thank you. What a rally. What a whipsaw dream. Massive move back in the indices. And that was the pop we were waiting for. I wish we were able to catch, you know, the pop before the big decline because the theta hurt us a bit. It really took away our profits. But nevertheless, we were able to get our calls in the money. We were able to get our EQT play nicely in the money. And we were also able to win on Apple. Nice trade on Apple. Over $1 per share. Everyone should have caught that with us. And now it's good to see that Nat Gas is being defended at that 186 level. Hopefully it can hold 186. I really want to see Nat Gas maintain a lot of this rally. Right now it is being faded slightly, but hopefully it can maintain and build from here. Look at Apple go. Qs are putting in bullish consolidation, but massive job, guys. Massive job. All right, guys, I'm going to go silent mic, and if anything changes, I'll be sure to hop on. Okay, guys, thanks for all for tuning in, and hopefully I'll see you a little bit later.